Oh, all right. So, yeah, sorry about that, Edge. I got up real late, but I appreciate you, man. Have a good one. I'll talk to you tomorrow, man. I got a lot of tinkering with this build to do, so I'll be playing for a while. Oh, man. Back. Welcome back, mate. Yeah, sorry, man. That's the problem when you join right at the very start of the stream, mate, is pre-rolls are disabled, but they get disabled because I play 3 minutes of ads every 36 minutes, right? So if you join before the first ad starts, which is like 2 minutes after the stream or whatever, a couple minutes after the stream starts, that the soonest it can start is like 2 minutes, I think, or 5 minutes. That you get hit with the pre-roll ad right as you join, and then the ads start like a minute later. Kind of sucks. But it's the best setup I can do because most people don't join the second the stream starts. But yeah, sorry for being late. I didn't go to bed till like 4:30 this afternoon. Thanks, so we'll see. It's going to be a slightly shorter stream because I normally start at 11, but I didn't get up till 1. So yeah, it was a late day for me. I had to like mow the yard and take care of the trash and a bunch of stuff. So it's all good. We'll get into some mapping soon here. Eating a little bit of food, and then we'll just get cooking and chilling. I'm doing good. Like I said, we went and ran some errands. We went up and picked some stuff up off Facebook Marketplace that we were looking for, and you know, did a little bit of shopping, got a few things done, did some lunch, came home, had to, like I said, cut the grass, deal with some weeds, stuff like that. Fell asleep, got a great sleep, even though it was like relatively short. It was really good. I think I woke up at like 12:30. It was funny though, because wife comes to sleep and I kind of hear her come in, pass back out. I hear, "Help me, Daddy, help me, Daddy, help me, Daddy, Daddy, help me, Daddy, help." I'm like, what the hell am I listening? It's this lady. She's just full-blown screaming at the top of her lungs over and over again saying that. I thought it was a dream. 100% thought it was a dream. And I kept like in and out, dozing in and out of sleep, you know? Thought I was sleeping the whole time. I finally opened my eyes. My wife's laying there watching a YouTube video on her phone. And she likes watching those like react videos to like police chases and stuff. And it was this lady that had got arrested. She was in the back of the cop car screaming for her daddy. No idea how long she was doing that for, but absolutely hilarious. And then I'm up at that point, and I looked at my phone, and the wife had sent me a video from earlier in the day. It was another like cop chase reaction video. Bro, that shit was downright hilarious. So there's this cop chase down in Florida, and guy was driving an Infinity car, and he, you know when you're on the highway, I don't know if you guys have seen the highways in Florida, but they had it divided. It's like 20-foot wide, like grassy area that's like sloped inward to like let the water go towards the grassy area, you know? Like, let me pull something up really quick. So this doesn't really do it justice. All right, it's more like this. Okay. I'm trying to see if I can find one that I like. It really portrays what a lot of it looks like. I feel like just saw one. Where'd it go? Well, I just saw one and then I lost it. Ooh, that came out of nowhere. Like legit, not even exaggerating. This is what the highway looks like, right? It's just grass and like trees, and then there's like a big grassy area between it, and then more like the roads on the other side. I was trying to show you like an overview picture of it. Here we go. So this is what a lot of the highways look like in Florida, right? Right here. So you got like the road, and then you got the like there's one way this way, one way this way. You got a lot of grass and trees, a lot of grass and trees, and the grass between it. A lot of times there's like dividers either in the center or on the side of the roads here to prevent people from going into it, with little openings so cops and service vehicles can get in and stuff, right? Anyway, so in this video, there was no divider, but there was grass, and this freaking Infinity, like sports car, was like going in and then out and then doing U-turns and like causing there's like 15 cops chasing this dude, and he's like constantly doing like twisties and turns and making people do circles and shit in the road, and he's doing like 130 miles an hour down the road. Well, long story short, eventually after booking it down the road, he crashes into another car. Okay, that was to be expected. And he gets out of the car and starts running. This is where the chaos begins. I'm not even exaggerating when I tell you this, mate. I haven't laughed so hard watching a cop chase video in so long. Guy gets out of the car. He starts running up this like grass hill towards some trees. Because what I heard, where he crashed was like right after, I think, a overpass. So there was another road going over them. So there was another road up there. So he's running up the hill towards this other road. And the cops all are jumping out of their cars, right? So one cop jumps out of his car and goes and clears the vehicle to make sure there's no one else in the car. another cop had pulled over, like, so, like, give you a little bit of perspective here, right? So if we had to guess, right? So the car crashed here, right? Like, this is the road, right? And the car crashed like facing this way, right? The cop was standing here clearing the car. There was another car here that he crashed past, and then one cop parked here, right? And then another cop parked here, and this is the cop that cleared it. A cop pulled up this way, rear-ended this cop car. Then the car, right after he rear-ended it, a guy tried to get out of this vehicle, and the guy starts backing up while the guy's getting out of the vehicle. Almost runs over his own officer. Then the guy finally stops his car, gets out of his car, lets his dog out because he was a canine unit. The dog runs over, bites the officer. So this guy has to run over, pull his dog off of the officer that's being mauled by his own freaking canine unit dog. Meanwhile, all this happened, the guy is running up the hill. Other cop cars are, running in here, trying to get around the mess of cars and everything. Well, finally, this car, a car goes around him, goes up the hill. He's like off-roading, four-wheeling. Like those like four-wheeler off-roaders? Like when they're doing like this type of off-roading, they're like, there's only one or two wheels touching the ground sometimes because of like the way that they're going over terrain and stuff. This one cop car was teetering with two wheels and rocking back and forth trying to go up this hill because of the way that there was like an embankment and stuff. Anyway, so 4 or 5 cop cars start driving up this hill while like 5 cops are running after this dude. Okay, so after all of that happens, they get up the hill, right? This is the hill over here. This is all hill, right? This is a highway. The guy is running towards the highway. A cop car comes and like clips him, makes the guy fall down in the middle of the road. There is a massive 18-wheel truck barreling towards this dude laying on the ground. The cop car drives out of the way. This guy's crawling and trying to scramble to get out of the road while this truck is just flying at him. He finally jumps out of the way, almost gets hit by a truck. He finally starts to stand up. This guy gets out of his vehicle, runs over, and like Hulk Hogan, choke slam, body slams this dude, like flying, drop kicked him out of the air onto the ground. Another cop pulls up, lets his canine unit out. The dog runs straight across the road, right past the cop and the suspect is running around on this side of the road, just like moseying around, chasing squirrels or something. Then comes running back, runs around them, goes over here, does something else, stands here and is like wagging his tail, looking at the guy like on the ground. And then the guy calls the dog, and the dog comes over and bites a dude that is subdued and pinned on the ground. The dog is just sitting there biting the dude the whole time, while 3 cops are on top of him. Bro, some of the most chaotic, absolutely mindless, crazy shit I've ever seen in my entire life. Absolutely hilarious. Now, not saying that the cops were right in any way, shape, or form for all that excessive force, but holy fuck. That shit was hilarious. Dude, the dog that just ran by the suspect and was like looking for squirrels or something, I don't know what the hell he was doing. He just ran straight past him and was on the other side of the road. You can just see him moseying around in the grass, just like looking around in the trees and whatever. And then he comes walking back and he's like doing circles around him and just looking at him like, hey, what's going on? What are you guys doing? You guys playing? It's like, what the fuck, dog? Do your damn job. Bro, it's so fucking funny. Like I said, I don't agree with the over excessive use of force. Like, I get it. As a cop, you're stressed. You gotta do things in the heat of the moment. Some things might not be done to everybody's liking, so on and so forth. But you got to think about the safety of everybody, including your other officers, right? This guy's already ran from the cops, he's already got into a car accident, he's already fled. You know, what else is he going to do? What up, hero? So I kind of can understand the cop clotheslining the dude at full speed run while he's standing in the middle of the road, not moving. I can kind of understand that. He tackled the dude. He's on the ground. But when you've tackled the dude, you're on top of him and he's pinned on the ground and there's two other cops there with you. Why is the dog then called to bite him when he's subdued on the ground? That's the part I don't agree with. Now, the dog being there, barking, intimidation, XYZ, preventative measure of him fighting back, I understand. That I'm okay with. Holding the dog back so he doesn't bite him is the right move. In my opinion, right? I'm not a cop. I don't know the rules, regulations, or whatever. But in my opinion, if I was on the ground with my hands, being subdued, three other dudes on top of me, I can't go anywhere, and I'm just laying there, and you have a dog come and bite me, sure as hell I'm suing your ass. Regardless of how wrong I was up until that point, the escalation of force is now de-escalated to a reasonable level. There's no need for a dog attack. But what was even stupider, man, is after all of that happened, shows all the body cam footage of like the guys talking when it's all calmed down and everything. And the one cop that had the first dog walked up to the guy that got bit. And he's like, yeah, when me and him are working together, we don't normally, we usually clear the car, blah, blah, blah. So it's like, obviously one officer not knowing how the other officer operates kind of thing. It's fine. But then the guy's like, it is what it is. And he looked at him. I looked at him. I was like, what? Did you really just say it is what it is? Your dog just bit me. And it's not, it is what it is. Your dog shouldn't have ran over and bit another police officer. Or what the fuck? I know mistakes happen. And a dog is, a dog. Right? He's trained to a point. But mistakes happen. I get it. But the answer isn't, it ain't, it is what it is. That's fucked, bro. But that shit was so funny. I died laughing, mate. If you want, I could post it in Discord. You can go watch it. Not wrong, Hero. Not wrong. So, Hero. I don't remember. You're playing a jug, right? Would you be interested in trying another build? I know you're like you're getting into that build, you're putting some effort into it, and you're liking it. So, hear me out. It's a gladiator, just like me. But I was moseying around on POE Ninja, looking at people playing my build, and I came across a bunch of people playing Bleed Glad, which Bleed Glad I know is really good. Bleed Glad is really good. I've always known that, but it looks insane. So, and it's an insanely tanky bleed build. Right? So take a look at this. It uses the same shield I'm using. And it does like 100 million damage. Like there's a lot of versions of it, right? But a lot of it's like laceration, right? The laceration ones are more or less the ones I was looking at. Like these ones. Laceration of hemo. This is what I was looking at. Right? Because I was looking at survivability. So as you can tell, like there's a lot of anime weapons up here. But laceration of hemo, he's doing 5 million damage, and he's like impossibly tanky. It's a sword. It's a bleed axe with a shield. So you get that like huge block value. Like look at this. Right? So you rock this shield. There's multiple reasons for this, I'm assuming. But you rock the shield, so your lucky is now rolled 3 times. So instead of you know, when you have lucky, it rolls it against it twice. Now it rolls it against it 3 times. It gives you the best option of 3 rolls every time you attack. So now your attacks have 3 times the chance to always roll a higher number, which is why like having this is actually worth it at that point. But it rocks a huge bleed axe, right? Biz damage, attack speed, crit chance. Hits with this, have Calling Strike against bleeding enemies. So this basically gives you a pseudo link to your 6th link, right? So then you have validity to make your maximum and minimums even further. On top of this, making your maximum and minimums even further. So your max is massive. And since you're rolling it 3 times, you have a very high probability of hitting a high number every time you attack. Then you have, you know, melee support, you have your brutality, so it's all fizz, you have your life tab, so you can actually cast it, and you have your multi-strike, so you're just whack, 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 right, with laceration, clearing screens. So your 98 block chance, so that alone makes you pretty freaking tanky, right? 10k armor, so if you do take a hit, you don't just die. You have 3k life, right? So you're not supposed to take a hit, but if you do, you leech it back with leech, and you don't die from it. You have like 76% res across the board. And the one thing that keeps you severely, like extremely tanky, which is 2.1 billion effective hit pool, is this flask. Since you're killing things so quickly and you can run through the map really fast and you're constantly keeping your flasks active, this will stay active. And as long as it is active, you basically can't die. If this falls off, you can die. But you still have a fallback of 98 block chance. The only thing that can kill you through this 98 block, other than getting really one-tapped on that 2% chance you get hit, is degen. But like 5 million DPS with just hemo, and it's mostly all bleed. So you hit them, like the physical damage is only 82k, but the bleed is 5 million. It's actually crazy. So basically you just sit there and auto attack so you can apply the biggest bleed possible. Because like I said, you have a massive high end, but you have a low end, and it rolls 3 times every time you attack. So if you just attack a handful of times, eventually you'll hit your max roll. And then that's what the bleed will be based off of, right? But you end up getting, so the way the bleed, the glad works is the first ascendancy here makes any shield you put on give you 50% block inherent, like just out of the gate. No matter what the shield says its block chance is, it will always be 50% because of this node, which is huge. So you have a base 50% block just having this on in any shield. And then the second ascendancy makes it lucky. So if you block, you have lucky block. Those 2 alone puts you at like 80 or 90% block without even trying. Right? And then you pick up bleeds. Bleeding enemies explode for 20% of their max life. So this gives you clear. So you swipe the screen with lacerate, something dies and it explodes, doing explosion damage to everything around it that's not dead yet. So that gives you huge, you know, damage survivability. Now, I don't understand where his last ascendancy is because he doesn't have one here, and it doesn't seem like he doesn't have a ascendancy. Like, he doesn't have a bloodline. So, in theory, if he ascends again, you could pick up bleeds you inflict is aggravated, which basically makes his bleed work as if the guy was moving. So it makes it even more DPS on his bleed. I don't know why he hasn't ascended yet. But, you know, it's pretty simple. You know, you have can't be stunned over here. You got life. You come down here. You pick up the block chance node, right? And you get chance to gain endurance charge when you're blocked. So you have guaranteed perma endurance charges. You pick up the extra endurance charge here, the extra endurance charge here, the extra endurance charge here. So you get 6 endurance charges, makes you tanky. You pick up the bleed or the damage over time node here. You pick up the area of effect. Pick up more bleed multi over here. Pick up leech so you can use your skills. You got a cluster jewel down here. Got life. I think there's another block wheel. Got life. Then you pick up this damage with attacks. You got bleed node here. You got barbarism for life. You got resolute technique, so you don't have to worry about hit. But you can't crit, but you don't need to crit with the build. Obviously, yeah. You got the timeless jewel for this, because what that's gonna do is allow you to tattoo all your stuff and not have to worry about your stat requirements. I'm assuming he got the special one that gives him something here. I don't know what it is, but he's also, these are turned into something, and he's picking them up with Thread of Hope. So he got a specific number for a specific reason. And then he's got the Impossible Escape or whatever it is that allows him to pick up these block nodes up here. So this part's a little expensive, getting these double jewels up here to pick up the right things that you need. And I think he's anointing this for some reason. No, charisma. I'm curious on how he has this node, or is that that just might just be highlighted for no apparent reason. But yeah, he's got charisma anointed over here, or even more reservation. But it's kind of a crazy build. And like I said, like looking at his gears, like it's good. Don't get me wrong, but I feel like you could get to a scuffed version of this for relatively cheap.
Would you like a cup of water?
Yo, what up, mate?
Thirsty as fuck right now.
So I don't know, something like this, like not obviously exactly this, but like in the kind of general vicinity of this, like putting a bleed build together that kind of is in line with this, right? Yeah, like this rig is kind of crazy. Increased damage with bleeding, increased chance to bleed. Oh, that's cool. This is actually a really crazy ring. So the last part, non-chilled enemies you inflict bleeding on are chilled. Bleeding enemies you kill with hits shatter. And this is actually huge for survivability on this character or any melee character, because when you're going up against porcupines or on death effects, shattering them removes their on death effects. It's very huge for your survivability. Like corpse destruction. Siege string in one video. Hell yeah, let's go. I've honestly seen a lot of people using LaHoops lately, and it's actually hilarious. But anyway, yeah, this is, I came across like a couple of these builds, and I was like, damn, Bleed looks cool. I've seen a lot of Divine Retributions as well. I think these are cast on stuns. But yeah, look, another Lacerate, another Lacerate, another Lacerate, or sorry, animate weapon. Lacerate, Lacerate. They're all in the millions, right? Like everything else is kind of like meh. But the Lacerates are just up there. But then like I said, if you drop some of the survivability, like 700k survivability, 1.3 mil survivability, that's pretty good. And like Reeve doing 150 million, right? Like Flicker Strike, 146 million. That's what I'm saying. You just go massive bleed, and you just do like a big like screen swipe, right? And you just kill everything with bleed. Because the bleed obviously gives you map clear with the explosions. So you can get explosions. Now, something you can contemplate, which is something my character takes advantage of, is doing fizz to fire conversion, right? with like, there's a mastery for it, I think. I think the fire mastery has it. 40% of fizz damage converted to fire. And what this will allow you to do is when your bleeds explode, 40% of that will be converted to fire. And it can cause ignites. And then you can get on your gloves ignites spread, which basically means when something blows up, it's going to explode. And obviously you'd have to get chance to ignite for this to work. Obviously this is kind of like a weird niche setup. Might not be worth doing. But you could invest into, you know, damage over time multi, like generic damage over time multi, so it works for both bleed and the ignite. But anyway, when it procs, and yet if you have a high chance to ignite on your explosion, which would be expensive to get to, FYI, that ignite would then drop on the ground and pulse for like a couple, like 1 to 2 meter radius, and everything around it would be being dealt damage by that ignite, plus the bleeds being done to them. Because half of the damage would still be fizz, which can still bleed things, right? So you're applying bleed and ignite and spreading the ignites, and so they're getting double dotted. Like I said, probably not worth it, but it's interesting. So I'm just nomming on freaking chicken nuggets. Anyway, yeah, Bleed Glad looked crazy. But like someone said with my build yesterday, the fact that I am not dying with 2,000 total life is kind of crazy. Like I die, but I'm living for a majority of the time. Like the fact that I can run in here and just live with 2,000 just life in general is wild. Like without being glass cannon, right? Like that's the thing. It's like most people that have this low of life, they're glass cannon. So it's like the fact that I can literally stand here and I can face tank 99% of everything and basically never die. And I have almost no defensive layers. I have 99% chance to block. I have a decent amount of chance to bleed, right? Which is the main source of, I mean, not bleed, whatchamacallit? Ignite. And most of my healing comes from this sword, 1% of my life whenever I ignite somebody. But I already have 10% regen here. I have like probably 10% regen on the tree. But since my life is so low, the percentage regen is actually really bad. Like it's relatively bad. So you can't really rely upon the regen itself because I just don't have a lot of life. But I was thinking like this build specifically wants to get to 99% chance to block. And I'm thinking like you could invest a little less into the block and still be really freaking tanky, right? Don't put as much effort into the block and you're still going to be at like 90 to 98% chance to block with no investment. Right? Like I feel like if you just pick up +3 to, where is it? I picked it up somewhere else. If you just pick up +2 to max block on both of these masteries, that puts you to 77% chance to block, right? As long as you're at block cap. 77% chance to block is like, while lucky, is like 90% chance to block. Or more. Like 92, 91, something like that. I don't know, I have to POB it, but... I'm gonna wait for the ad to finish for anybody that's in an ad. Yeah, finished. Yeah. So what I'm thinking is like, instead of grabbing a bunch of block nodes, right? To like juice your block, because the thing is like with my build, they're trying to get your block high. Like I have 79 spell block and I have 81 capped chance to block attacks. I don't need that much block, right? Because if you look at Sylvan builds, right? You go to a Sylvan's build, which is lucky block. Their max block is 65, right? And now they do grab max block nodes to bring it more to like 67 or 68 or something like that. But they hit 90% chance to block with a Sylvan's in like less than 70% chance to block. So my thought is, if you just get to 75 block with lucky block from the Glad, you're over 90% block cap. Right? So why, like, yeah, getting to 99 is a nice little incentive, nice little additive little like survivability, but is it really like that extra 9% chance to block? Like, if you're going to invest 15 points, if not more, into block value to get 9% block, wouldn't you invest that more into more offense, more damage, more, you know what I mean? Another form of defensive layer instead? Like, you have other options, in my opinion. But anyway, yeah, that's kind of what I was contemplating, honestly. I was just like, yeah, I was just mulling that over. I'm just like, what if I went less block to, because like the thing is like, this build doesn't do a lot of like, this build is specifically meant to do ultimatums and nothing more, right? Not trying to clear Ubers or anything like that. But at the end of the day, like, yeah, 99% block is for the ultimatum specifically, so you don't get killed by the rune dudes and stuff. So it's necessary. But in other situations, if you wanted to do like this type of style, but add more damage, you can drop a little bit of block, right? I feel like, right? Because the block is like a huge survivability mechanic. And if you wanted to go more offensive oriented, but still be relatively block heavy, like 90% block chance, like if you look at a lot of survivability builds, like things that have like pretty good survivability, but really high damage output in most builds, they almost every single one of them runs a Sylvan's. Almost every single one of them. So if you don't have to buy an expensive 40-50 divine shield to get to 90% chance to block, like, that's simple. And then here's the thing, is you can run any shield at that point, hero. You don't have to run this shield. This shield is nice, but it's unnecessary. But one thing that this shield does allow for, hero, is it's not just for re-rolling your lucky block 3 times. It can be used for any lucky, right? So there is a, I'm gonna pull it up really fast. There is a this thing. So it says fire damage with hits is a lucky if you've blocked recently. So if you're playing a block build with a Glad and you have a fire damage based abilities, you now have lucky. And if you rock the shield, it will roll 3 times going forward. So you could, in theory, take advantage of that as an offensive stat instead of more of a defensive oriented stat. Right? But it also doubles as a defensive stat. So if you rock the shield and you're already at like lucky block, which is 90, rolling that puts you to 98, almost 99% block without putting any effort into it. Right? Like, and then if you're rocking fire, which is why our build kind of works, Like my damage will go up significantly if I get that jewel, because all this fire damage will roll lucky, and it'll roll 3 times, so I have 3 times the chances to actually like hit a big number. So, but obviously that takes away from the bleed variant, because you know you'd have to go fire at that point. But maybe there's like a way to get lucky bleed, right? Or lucky fizz, and then you could take advantage of the shield to roll that lucky 3 times, right? Like there's options there. We could dig into those options, and that could be really cool. Because now, like because like we were looking at before, like he has that like the one I showed you, right? He had that minimum and maximum increase from validity and the belt. And I'm pretty sure his said that it was his hits were lucky or something. That's huge, right? So you take advantage of like that to get your fizz hits or whatever to be lucky, so you have a better chance of like hitting a big bleed every time you attack. But then kind of draw from the build you're running right now, where you're using like what is it, Fist of War or whatever, where it's ancestral boosted every 1.8 seconds. So you have Fist of War with the chance for it to be lucky, and you're trying to do that 1-hit bleed combo, and you're trying to hit that 50 million dot cap in 1 hit. You just attack once, boom, 50 million hit, and just let it go. And then you just get bleed duration. The 1 bleed is like guaranteed to kill basically anything. I don't know. There's some options. I don't know. Seems interesting. Don't know how good or viable it would be, but seems interesting. I know Bleed Glad has been like really, really strong for a while now. And I know Lacerate Bleed has been really strong. Same thing with like Reeve. Reeve and Lacerate are both like really strong bleed skills. You gotta hit me, bro. Thank you. Good night. Thank you. I don't know. I'm kind of learning to like the idea of the Lucky Block Glad, right? Because like on my other builds, I've always been like, man, I really wish I had higher block chance, right? 75 block is really nice. It's a very good survivable like defensive layer. But it's like almost every build that I look at that's like really tanky is like, oh, it's got a Sylvans. So it's got Lucky Block. Oh, it's got Sylvans. Oh, it has Sylvans. Oh, it has Sylvans. And if I could play a character that's on League Start that could basically have Sylvans out of the gate without having to farm for it or buy it, that could be huge for like survivability and getting into the game. It's just comboing that with actually a damaging skill so you can actually farm bosses is kind of like the thing, right? So what I was contemplating, and this is why I brought it up to you, because I see you were like doing bleed build already, and this could be viable to like be in that niche of like what you're already doing. You know, play bleed as a glad instead of a jug could be kind of cool. But I'm contemplating how I would league start this character, because if I want to play this character, I need to play it as a different build, and then once I'm already leveled and I've farmed a little bit of currency to get it started, then I segue into this build and start farming ultimatums. That's kind of how you're supposed to play this build. Anyway, let's defer this so we can work towards our thing. But that's how it's supposed to work, right? And I'm just like, what do I play it as? Right? Because I don't really play melee. And I don't know what skill I would level this character as to actually get him leveled and get him to the point where I can switch him to this to farm ultimatums. I honestly don't know. check this. Let's see.
Greetings. Till next time, shall we keep, Savior?
Alright, next map. Less recovery, less recovery, less recovery. Okay. Less recovery. Keep hitting less recovery. Feel like I could probably do less recovery. Reduce block. Can't run that either. Reduce block is a guaranteed can't run. No regen and less regen. I could probably do a less regen. I don't know about a no regen. And I think minus max res is a little rough as well. But yeah, I was just kind of contemplating, like, if I wanted to play this character, like, I feel like on League Start, I pick up, you know, shields have 50% chance to block. That gives me so much survivability on a League Start. Just at level 40, doing my first Ascendancy, having 50% chance to block attacks is so huge that early. And then if I just pick up the node that says, you know, per 1 block chance, get 1%, or per 5 block, gain 1% of spell block or whatever. If I have that and I just put on Tempest Shield, I'm basically 50-50 block right out of the gate at level 40. Right? That's pretty huge survivability at level 40. And then if I pick up a couple block nodes from there, I can easily get to probably 75 block. And then it's lucky, even at 50 block, it being lucky is already making me like 75 block. And then if I get a couple block nodes, pushing it to like closer to 75, and then it's lucky, I'm at like 80-90% block before I even get to maps. And then all I gotta do is, like, at level 68, pick up the bleeds explode, and now I have map clear. Right? So I got map potential at 68, and then I can just start smacking face and clearing screens. I didn't ping in Discord. Sorry. Oh, yeah, I was really late. I slept in hella hard today. But yeah, so that's when I came across the bleed. I was like, oh, maybe I can play it bleed. But I don't know what skill I would use. Like, if I'm league starting, I don't know what skill I would use to league start bleed into mapping with my block. I was contemplating running Jack the Axe as a league starter. This axe. So it grants bloodthirst, thirst for blood skill. I don't know what that is, but huge fizz, chance to bleed, right? Very good for us early game. And then damage over time multi for bleeding from hits with this weapon. This is really good. And then you don't have to actually put the skill in the weapon. You just put the skill in your chest on like a 4 or 5 link. And since you're using this weapon to apply the bleeds, it gets bleed multi, and then chance to bleed from the weapon. So if I bought one of those, it's like level 68 axe. When I got the maps, if I was able to buy like an early Jack the Axe from somebody, I could get like huge mapping potential. Once again though, I'm still at a loss of what skill to use, right? Like, do I just go into Lacerate? Do I go into Reeve? Right, because I want something that maybe I can like attack with range, right? I don't want to be forced into melee range to attack everything. I want to be able to, like, if a boss is really scary, I want to be able to like attack them from a little bit distance. That's why I was thinking Lacerate or Reeve, because it does have a little bit of distance on their attacks. I mean, there is Sunder as well. Sunder's not a bad option because it is like a slam-ish kind of skill. And it does have some range to it, but like, do you have any other options that you can think of, Hero? Also, welcome in, Topher. Sorry I didn't say something, sir. You're being mean? No, you're not being mean. Bro, I slept in so late today. Oh, it increases bleed damage. Heavy life regeneration based on nearby. Oh, so that's huge survivability then. Damage and survivability. Okay, I like that. Yeah. So, I mean, what are your thoughts, Hero? Like, if you're already starting a Glad, do you want to try leveling it with, like, Lacerate or something? And then see how it feels? Right? And then maybe try Jack the Axe at, like, level 68 and see if it feels good? They don't stack. It'll always give you the highest option. Some skills allow you to snapshot. So you cast the higher level version, but you maintain it with the lower level version. So it doesn't cost you as much. Some skills allow you to do stuff like that. You're gonna switch at 68. What are you playing with right now? Ground Slam Cyclone. Yeah, the problem is I like Cyclone. Like Cyclone's my favorite skill. That's why I was like trying to think, like, what skill would I use? Because I like Cyclone, but I don't want something that is just high attack speed. I want something that has a very high base hit, even if it attacks slowly. Like, honestly, I was contemplating something even as stupid as Leap Slam. 6-linking a Leap Slam, so I just leap into the fight, cause the bleed, and watch things explode. So it's like a D3 Leap Quake bar, where you just literally leap in and everything just blows up. So as I'm jumping through the map, everything is just exploding and dying just from me leaping through the game. And then once again, if I just leap onto a boss with the ancestral boosted thing, I don't know if it works for movement skills, but could you imagine just leaping onto a boss, causing a big bleed, and then, you know, because you leap onto him and walk away, and then you leap back onto him like every like 2 seconds. The bleed, if you have bleed duration, the bleed's gonna last the whole time. Calamity? No, what happened? So I was, like I said, I was thinking about something like getting something that's gonna hit stupid hard in one hit, that can be a movement based ability or a, you know, used for repositioning slash attack, you know, at range or something. Like why, like I said, lacerate, reeve, sunder, all of those, like they have a ranged like attack in a way, right? But for map clear, I don't want to have to attack every single time I like leap to another pack. If I could do damage while leaping, that'd be huge, right? Because then I have one movement skill instead of having to have like shield charge and like frostblink to be able to like actually go up and down terrain or across chasms while actually using a spammable movement skill. Leap allows me to do both, right? So it's kind of huge for that purpose. I can't move, bro. Those lightning spires are crazy. The leap kind of takes care of that, and then 6-linking it to make it like super juicy damage. I don't know. It sounds kind of cool for like map clear purposes, because like honestly, the way I'm looking at it is I'm trying to put a build together for leveling purposes and to clear the Atlas, right? If I could easily clear the Atlas with this character and then get the T16 map farming to farm EXP and levels and some currency and stuff, so I can switch into the cast on stun variant of AFK, that's kind of like what I'm shooting for. And I think like something like with a movement skill would be good. Like that's why I was like contemplating. Okay, Cyclone, my favorite skill, cool. But I feel like Cyclone, maybe Cyclone wouldn't feel bad with 90% block, because then it's got some decent level of survivability on it. Possibly, I don't know. But I wanted to like get your take on it since you're already playing like a bleed build. Maybe you have some thoughts. Oh my god, that's a lot of writing. I don't know who Calamity is. Okay, so he's caught being bad. Got you. Was forced out. I think he went to jail or something. Sounds about right. That should have happened. Turned out. Okay, so there's two. They're 2 for 2. Okay. Can't move. Can't move. Can't move. All right, I need to get this done. Okay, let me catch up a little bit. Not paying people's bad. Oh, it's a mod for Terraria. Okay, that's kind of cool though. Like that's, I don't know. At a certain point, like when you're somebody that's as big as like XQC or like Asmongold or whatever, you have that like huge community. You have that backing like financially that you can like fall back onto and use. I feel like you can do things like that. Like, I think we're about to die here. Ooh, we got lucky. I had to proc my bleed flask. Like you can swing your money wallet around. Oh my god, dude. This wasn't proccing enough. My bleed, like a corrupted blood, which is not bleed, like it's not proccing enough. This is why I need mage blood eventually, or just getting corrupted blood immunity. Anyway, yeah, I feel like those people, they have the potential to do things like this, right? They could, yeah, I mean, financially speaking, like it could be a flop. You know, he could just be wasting money. But you know, if he's honestly interested in something, if he's, you know, if he likes something, if he wants something to succeed, he could take it upon himself to invest into it, you know, to help it along, to kind of keep it alive if he really wanted to. Yeah, I remember seeing a clip about Asmongold talking to a stream about buying New World, because I think one of the things he made a comment of, and I agree with, is
Go with courage.
it's not that he couldn't buy it, it's why would he buy something that wouldn't make him a profit, right? Because the amount of money he'd have to dump into it to get it to a profitable point, it would take too long to actually recoup his money, and it's too high of a risk of losing the money. That's the point. It's like, because he would buy it for a flat rate, right? He'd get the game for a huge chunk of money. Like I said, he could get the money. He could put it together. He can get some investors. He can do it himself, whatever. It's not that he couldn't get the money. It's the amount of money it would take so long to recoup. If it, and then at that point, like you're talking years to recoup that money. Is that worth your investment, right? Because that risk versus reward is kind of high. It's like a high risk kind of investment that it could just flop, right? Like could just not work. There's so many games now that just fail, even after like a couple of years. Like eventually it just dies down, right? So I feel like that's kind of like why he wouldn't be interested in buying it, is because it's not worth the risk. And I agree. Like, owning a game is too risky. Being a game operator, having that much money tied up in a game is too risky. And I mean, obviously that's weird coming from a person that loves playing video games, right? Because I want people to succeed. I want people to make video games. I want people to take that risk to make a game that I'm going to love playing. But there ain't no way my ass, logically speaking, would ever be interested in doing something like that. Even if I had $1 billion, I would not make a video game. Bro, that's one thing I've seen a lot more of, Topher, is a lot of content creators are getting into either A, working with a company to develop a video game, right? Or making their own company to develop a video game, right? Because they're all gamers. They want a game that they think is right? That hits all the breakpoints that they want, so on and so forth, right? And I get that. Totally behind that. But there's so many people doing it, and then there's another group that is actually taking it a step further, and they're literally building it on stream, right? They're coding the game, they're having the viewers come in and test it, right? They're learning how to code while they're streaming with the help of, like a lot of people are going into the coding route and actually making their own game while streaming it. It's crazy. And like that's a huge idea though. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like if you have the willpower to actually learn how to code. Oh my god, that almost killed us. You could learn how to code. You could have like, that's a great viewing experience, right? Great for your community. It's great to build a base around that. You get a lot of feedback from people, so you can like hear different opinions from other people, and you can hash out like your thoughts and explain why you like or dislike it, or they can explain it from their end. Like you can get a lot of perspective, so it's not just a one-sided perspective game being made, and then you're not seeing the flaws and what you want, and then people bring it to your attention might make you revamp what you're doing. But like learn, like having help coding, having help answering questions, googling, whatever, it's a really cool idea. I really I have to applaud them because that takes a lot of work, a lot of effort, dedication to actually build a game. Freaking, I know a lot of people are just like using AI assisted programs to do it. You tell it what you wanted to do and it codes it for you. I know a lot of people are doing that too. I think what's his name, Quinn from Path of Exiles was doing that. Like in between his POE streams and stuff, he's been coding a game, quote unquote coding a game with AI. And it's got a really stupid funny name, but yeah, he's making one right now too. Like there's just a lot of people that have been doing it. It's catching on more and more and more. I remember years ago there wasn't very many people doing it. Like there was Pirate Software, obviously, and we all know Pirate Software, right? For good reasons or bad reasons, it doesn't really matter. Everybody knows who he is. But he was doing the same thing years and years and years ago. There's another streamer. Well, he used to stream. Now he's more of a YouTuber. He kind of took a break from streaming because I feel like with the way his lifestyle is now, he doesn't have the free time to just sit there and stream, 8-10 hours a day every day. Let's buy this. Get that out of the way. Guaranteed at least one green. I wonder how that's worth. We'll just thinking about just getting it. Hold on, let me just pull it up really fast. Anyway, so he was doing a coding thing for years. Like this, I'm talking 5 years plus years ago. He was doing coding as a stream a while back, but his was coding a bot for his stream, and he got a lot of help from uh chat helping him code this bot. It was really cool. 46C, okay, that's tolerable. I'm okay with that. is that I personally don't have a problem with people using AI to make video games. I really don't. Like, if you truly understand how much effort and how much you have to do to code a video game, using AI is the only option. I'm sorry to say, but that is true. If you expect someone to hand code a video game, you are crazy. You're actually crazy. Like I even feel like that can be said for even digital assets, right? If you honestly believe someone to custom draw or custom create every single asset in a video game from top to bottom, you're honestly crazy. Like, you want them to custom create trees, leaves, bushes, grass, flowers. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you expect somebody to be able to do that on top of hand coding the entire game and handcrafting the storyline in every quest scenario, you are fucking high. The only possible way that that happens is if you have a AAA company with thousands of people. You cannot expect anything less than 1,000 people working on a project to do that. Because just the digital assets alone probably take 100 people. Like, not full time, right? Obviously, the beginning, there's a huge backlog of things that need to get created. Okay, you need a lot of people to get through it all. Once you've gotten through most of it, those people can then get converted over to other assets or other things in the project. But you need a lot of people just to make the assets. And then you need a small team of like 5 or 10 people to continue asset creation going forward. Storyline, bro, you need some writers. You need like 10 people being able to write a story, taking different aspects, different parts, you know, clustering them together, somebody to keep them all like lined up properly, so on and so forth. Like, so the older games were much easier. The coding wasn't as intense. The amount of resources, like the in general coding was easier. It was much more basic, it was much more simple, and that's why they looked bad, right? They had low quality, right? They didn't have a lot of features, there wasn't a lot of UI editing and stuff like that. Like, it was very, very, very basic, right? Nowadays, with all the quality of lives, the expected you know, I want to say features, like all that stuff getting added into the games, the way the coding has gotten with how games operate with operating systems and computers and the different programs and so on. So, like, coding has just gotten out of hand, and that's why you need programs to take care of a lot of the work for you. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. You need teams for assets. Like, the amount of people you need just to make assets in a game nowadays is insane. Right? It's just like that is like the bread and butter of the whole game is assets. Assets, assets, assets. That's what brings you money. That's what keeps your game afloat. That's what keeps people interested in the game. Like, and then people are so quick to be like, "Oh, this was generated with AI. This was this. This was there's fucking shit." Blah blah. Like, that's all people can complain about. Like, oh my god, it's so bad. 25C? That's not terrible. You can run that. I don't mind making 25. 25C just feels bad, actually. Honestly. I'd rather hold on to it and sell it for another thing. Like I said, I'm not a coder. I'm not a game person, like, or like a game developer or anything like that. But I just feel like there's so many other ways, or so many like downsides to being a game developer. It's just not. It's so much risk, bro. There's like, why would you put yourself in that position to basically fail? You're basically guaranteeing you're going to fail. Just with the idea of going into making a video game, you're pretty sure you're going to fail. I don't know how else to put it. With the way that the community is, the way that the gamers are now, like the atmosphere, the generation, however you want to look at it, what they want and how they want it is impossible to give them. It's just not doable. Wait, what do I keep saying? Ass? Oh, assets? Yeah, I keep saying assets, right? What's wrong with that? Yeah, indie devs are winning. They are. But they also aren't. Like, because here's the problem: is like an indie dev, somebody just random basic Joe Schmo off the street. He's like, I'm gonna make a video game, and they spend like a year tinkering around making a game, put it on Steam. They get random luck that it goes like viral, and they make a couple million. Power World, trading card game simulator, and some of the other ones that did really well. Like, they made big money. What? Hold on, we're back. Oh, all right, I'm back. Oh man. But anyway, yeah, like my problem with it is like the indie companies, it's very hit or miss, right? A lot of them suck, right? The game does well at launch, but then it flops in like 2 weeks because in being an indie company, they can't keep up with the demand. They don't have enough people to actually put out the content and the speed at which it needs to be put out. So they end up falling behind and people get bored waiting, right? And don't get me wrong, they'll make a comeback at some point as long as there's still interest in the game. Like they have potential, like take Quinfall for example. Quinfall has potential to come back after they've put time into the game. Right? But the problem is once the hype has died down, the likeliness that you're going to make a comeback is significantly diminished. But I don't know, just there's too much risk in video games now. Like you see how many games are created on a daily basis. How many games come out on a daily basis? How many of them actually have a player base more than 1,000? Nice, let's go. Bro, the cats are so annoying. Bro, fucking Jake last night drove me insane. You know what pissed me off the most about Jake last night? He was locked in the office with me for like 2 hours, constantly just annoying me. He's like, meow, 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 walking around constantly, kicking my, desk and all sorts of shit and just being super fucking annoying. And then he was like hit the little door stopper in the back of my door and just watch it like bang, 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 over and over and over again. It was just fucking literally. I wanted to go into a padded room. I was so mad. And then I let him out because I'm pissed at this point. And he runs upstairs, stands at the top of the stairs, meows at me, comes back to the office, and then just lays down in the cat bed and goes to sleep for the rest of the night. I'm just like, are you fucking kidding me, cat? Like, you couldn't have done that 2 hours ago? Holy fuck, cat. I was so pissed. I honestly was contemplating just keeping him awake. Just constantly like poking him and shaking him and freaking, picking him up and making him move and spraying him with a spray bottle or something. I don't know. I just wanted to just piss him off. Got some beef. Yeah, I do, bro. Got massive beef with that cat. I love my cat, but God, is he so annoying. I'm not even exaggerating, bro. That cat is... He's good 99% of the time. And then he gets this random, just annoying thing in him sometimes. God, is he so annoying. He's like fucking Stewie from Family Guy. Mom, 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 mommy, mommy, my mom, 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 mommy, mommy, mom, mom, mom. Bro, should've just called him fucking Stewie instead of Jake. Oh yeah, the other day, bro, that cat was some days he's annoying because he's hungry, and I don't realize his automatic food dish is empty. It's not supposed to be, right? It's always got food in the reservoir. But sometimes one of the cats will go in there and eat it all, and the other one's like, I'm hungry, there's no food. So like the cat was annoying me for like what, an hour or two, pissing me the fuck off. And I was like, cat, you have food, you have water, your litter box is clean because I just cleaned it. What's your fucking deal? And I go up there and the actual dry food that auto feeds was empty. Like the reservoir had food in it, so I just grabbed a handful out of it. But the base was empty. And I was like, well, that's fucked. Okay, so I gave him some food, and then he left me alone. I'm just like, bro, I spent 2 hours being annoyed by you just because there was no food in your fucking dish. That's fucking annoying. So annoying. Oh, man. So you're playing Ground Slam Cyclone. What's the idea behind both skills? Like, why are you rocking both skills, hero? Okay, was not paying attention. I wasn't hitting anything, I was just standing there. There's no mobs. Where were the mobs? Where were the mobs? What was that shit? The mobs are just poof gone. This is bullshit.
Hello. Keep your wrath to your own.
Oh, what a level between you. Okay, so it's, the way I look at it is Cyclone's more meant for high attack speed for high DPS, right? And Ground Slam is meant for big slams with like heavy like dot damage, right? The way I look at it. So it depends on the way you want to play it, in my personal opinion. What you can do here, you can actually do auto exertion. So you can exert like all the shouts, and they automatically shout for you. Because you just turn on auto exertion and it reserves mana and everything, but really strong. And then when you ground slam with auto exertion, you get the exerted attacks, and it just dramatically increases the damage of your slam ability. I feel like that's one way to play it. Or like I said, just Cyclone with leaps, just leap from pack to pack and just Cyclone on them and just high DPS. You got Lacerate Gem, yeah. Like I said, Lacerate's an interesting skill. It is semi-ranged, like mid-range. Reeve is also an interesting skill. It's like Lacerate, but it has a like a building, like a stage building, where every time you subsequently attack, it will have a bigger attack the next time, so you can get bigger and bigger attacks to like sweep the whole screen. Pretty cool. Let's see. One of them, yeah. One of them would definitely get inside the box. Another one is too terrified to go in, stuff like that. Jake specifically. He does not like going inside of, like, anything. He even finds it hard to get under blankets, even though he wants to. Like, he'll paw at your face, you know, keep, like, pawing at you and meowing at you over and over again. And he's like, hey, 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 I want to cuddle, I want to cuddle, I want to cuddle. Hey, can I, hey, 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 you, hey, you, hey, you. And you pick up the blanket and he just looks at you and he walks away. It's just like, bro, cat, are you fucking kidding me right now? Like, come over here. Get under the damn blanket. Stop meowing at me. Well, he used to just lay under the blanket with me, right? He would come up to me, he'd meow at me, and he would crawl under the blanket and just lay on my lap under the blanket. And then, like, now he doesn't, like, he wants to go under because he's cold and he wants to cuddle, but he also doesn't want to go under the blanket. Like you said, it could just be, like, the blanket kind of messes with his whiskers or whatever, and he doesn't like it, but he's caught between a rock and a hard place because he wants to cuddle. He wants to get warm, you know, and whatnot, but he doesn't want to be in the blanket. So it's like, cat, you can't have it both ways. Kind of pissed I died on the last one because, like, the only reason I died is because the caustic cloud was under my feet and there was no mobs to hit. Like, where did the mobs go? Like, I killed a bunch of them and then they just disappeared. There was none to be found. So annoying. Hero, if you need any help getting through the campaign as well, just let me know. Like if you need like TPs to like so you don't have to run so much or you know, whatever, just let me know. Leveling alts can suck it, honestly. I've done it way too many times. Typically, like League launch, I don't mind leveling one character, but I hate leveling alts because like running through the campaign a second time in a league just can suck it. But normally I have someone give me waypoints. It just makes it much faster. It goes from like a 7-8 hour clear speed to like a 3-4 hour clear speed. And what's funny is like some people can do the 3-4 hour clear speed without people giving them waypoints. Just like they're that fast. I'm not. I'm not a fast campaigner. I'm not a fast gamer in general. Fucking monkey won't die. Gives up in Act 3. I mean, at the same time though, if you've never like every time you complete the acts, Topher, it gets faster. Like you get faster at completing the acts every time you do them. At the end of the day. What are these? Machina. Machina mitts. Machina. What the fuck? Who names it Machina? Yo, what up, Pip? Machina. They're 6'6". Oh, that makes me laugh.
Will you wash clean the marks of time? The storm comes swiftly.
Mr. Bobby, come on down here.
Help me, Jesus! Help me, Jewish God! Help me, Allah! Ah! Help me, Tom Cruise!
Help me, Tom Cruise!
Being torn to shreds.
I like how he sees the message about Calamity, but doesn't see the messages that explain everything.
Ruin arrives suddenly. Steel and pain. Ruin surrounds you.
It is bad guys being bad guys. But
To shreds. Thunder and lightning abound.
I mean, by that logic, Fit, then no news is about any company. Right? Because if you think about it, any company that does something wrong, you can just say, oh, it's not about the company, it's about the person that's at the company. Like, by that logic, like, anytime, like, oh, this person did something wrong at Walmart. Well, it's not Walmart's fault, it's that person's fault. Even though they were told to do it by somebody above them, that's probably told to do it by somebody above them. But, oh, that's just the person, that's not Walmart. The thing is, like, it's an inanimate object. It doesn't exist. It's not that the company, the thing that doesn't actually live, doesn't have a heartbeat or a breath or a soul or whatever the fuck you want to call it, can't be held liable for any of it. So the news can't be about it. It's about the people that are inside of it that run it. So by your logic, nothing is ever about a company. Nothing's ever about a video game. Nothing's ever about anything. It's about the people that are inside of it. So I don't understand the logic there. Like the whole drama with like Chick-fil-A, for example, like, you know, Chick-fil-A has all this drama and everything, and it's like, oh, well, it's not about Chick-fil-A, it's about the CEO of Chick-fil-A. It's like, but he's the one that made the decision for the company. But it wouldn't, because who made the decision to add the pay to win? It's the person. Terraria didn't make that decision, because Terraria can't make that decision. Doesn't have a brain. Like I said, by your logic, the game itself can't be the news. Because the game didn't randomly decide one day, oh, I woke up today and I'm going to add pay to win to my game. No, the CEO or the COO or somebody in a high position of power decided, hey, we want to make more money. Let's add pay to win to our game. How are we going to do that? Oh, guess what? That's not the game. That's an individual. Like, if a CEO of a company isn't paying their employees and people are quitting the company because the person is a dickbag, that has direct correlation to the game itself or the company itself. I don't understand how that doesn't have correlation to the game, because it directly impacts the game. If the CEO gets fired or quits, or everybody quits the company because no one wants to work for the CEO, how does that not directly affect the game? Like, how is that not news on a game or a company of a game? Because it does directly impact the game. Like I said, by your last statement, adding pay to win to a game would be about the mod, right? Like, okay, well, someone made that decision to do that. If a CEO is making the decision to do illegal things, if that CEO gets fired or brings shame upon the company, doesn't that put negative impact on the game itself? Because people don't, like, what the whole Blizzard thing, even though, like, recently, what's his name? Topher sent me the information that says it was all faked. But let's say it wasn't faked or it was faked or whatever. Blizzard took a huge, like, hit to like, its company because of those allegations. Even though it had nothing to do with Blizzard specifically, like the World of Warcraft specifically, people refused to play World of Warcraft because of it. So saying that one doesn't have causality to the other, or has no impact on the other, or is not news towards the other, doesn't make sense. No, I mean, I'm with you on that, Pip. I'm with you. Like I said, I personally don't care about the drama, right? But the drama does have risk for like a game dying, right? And if you were excited about the game, it makes sense to, you know, be a little upset about it, right? But like you said, I don't really give a shit. Like, if that guy wants to go to jail, that guy wants to go to jail. If he's not paying his employees, that sucks, but it has no impact on me, right? Things like that. You know, and like you said, like, there is a difference between drama behind the scenes of a company versus their ideas or plans for a game that I want to play. There's two different sides to it. I agree. But like the way you worded your sentence of that's not news, but it is. Like I said, I think that's what kind of, I wouldn't say triggered me per se, but like why it didn't make a whole lot of sense that you would say that, because it 100% does have correlation. Burke's respect, I don't need that, so we'll just sell that.
Hello. Keep your life to your own.
I was like, I don't care one way or the other. I just thought it was weird that you would say that that's not news, that it has no bearing on the game, blah, 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 blah. It's like, but it kind of does. Because if the game completely dies and disappears, then that's correlation. Right? Everybody quits. Everybody stops working on it. The project's dead. Well, that game is now dead. So that's news. That's correlation. That 100% cause and effect. But yes, there's thousands of games. Like on any given basis, there's always like 1,000 other games in line. Like one failing to launch is no difference from yesterday, right? Like this is a constant, non-stop battle that is a daily occurrence, right? 5 quests left. Let's go, Nico. That's nuts. Congrats, man. Congrats. Making that huge progress. What is that? Don't worry too much about what I'm saying, Fip. I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm trying to understand, because like, to me, yes, it's background drama. It has nothing, like, them doing what they're doing has no bearing on the decisions made for the game per se, but it does have cause and effect, right? Like I said, just like the Blizzard thing, right? I didn't quit playing Blizzard because of the drama. I quit playing Blizzard because it was boring. But a lot of people refuse to play Blizzard because of the drama behind the scenes. I don't know why. Don't ask me. That's not my cup of tea, but it is what it is. But what ends up happening is something behind the scenes that causes drama, that causes leadership change, or that looked painful, or causes financial instability or whatever, has direct impact towards what the game will like foresee in the future, right? So you can't just say that, oh, it has no bearing on the game that I want to play. It doesn't affect this. It doesn't affect, but it does. Disdain for drama? I mean, I do too. I personally avoid it at all costs. I mean, I'll listen to it. I'll hear it out every once in a while. It's like, yeah, sure, cool. That's really stupid. But, you know, hey, people are dumb. Like, not much you can expect. People are dumb. People are greedy. God damn it. I need to have corrupted blood immunity. It keeps killing me. I have corrupted blood immunity, which is the annoying part, but it's on my flask. So I think maybe we fix that. Maybe we just, I'm gonna fix this for now until I get a jewel. I can't take dying to corrupted blood over and over and over again. Yeah, I mean, like I said, Topher, you don't need to go into the details of why they stopped development unless it's asked. But giving just a generic, oh yeah, well they're not developing the game anymore. Oh, well, that's news. So I think what you should have said, which would have made more sense, Pip, and I don't want to tell you how to speak, obviously, but is more along the lines of what you just said there. Is like, oh, the only thing I care about is this, right? He's like, I don't care about the backdoor drama. I care about, you know, what's happening. Oh, XQC is gonna try to, you know, keep the game alive. Cool, that's good knowledge, right? That's good info. That's news to me, right? That's what I want to hear. It's just like I said, the way you worded it was just so off-putting. It's like, that's not news. It's like, what do you mean that's not news? That's like gaslighting to its fucking finest, saying that something isn't news. That's like saying like, oh, so back in the day, ESEA was found guilty. I'm pretty sure. Correct me if I'm wrong, but pretty sure ESEA, which is a third-party client for Counter-Strike, right, to play Counter-Strike competitively with an anti-cheat and everything, they were found liable for using people's computers to Bitcoin mine while the program was running on their computer, right? Like, that's backdoor drama, right? It's like saying that has no bearing on anything. Like saying, oh, I don't care about that. The game still works. They can do whatever they want. I don't give a shit. What? But it's not right. Well, I think the way you worded it, it came off a little like off-putting. It's like saying that isn't news, right? That game company taking advantage of and using other people's computers to financially support themselves and make money off of other people's stuff has no bearing on the fact that the thing still works. I still like using it, so on and so forth. That's just drama. I don't care. That's not news. It's like gaslighting at its finest. It's like that doesn't exist. The sky isn't blue. Like, but it is blue. You know what I mean? Like it just sounded like you were gaslighting at a certain point. I'm like, bro, like, but it's true. Sky is blue. You look up, it is blue. Yeah, Nico, I need to get like, that's just me spending money to get better gear, right? Getting corrupted blood immunity. Like I said, I'm just gonna use a passive point to fix it for now. Like I said, I have a flask for it. But the fact that I'm not mage blooded and its duration is only 4.8 seconds, I tend to die to it occasionally if my flask doesn't proc often enough. And when I'm in a ultimatum where I'm constantly getting bled over and over and over and over and over and over and over again so frequently, the flask can't keep up with it. Oh, I like shooters, but I also hate them. Like, my problem is, like, my favorite genre is like Counter-Strike, Call of Duty, you know, those types of like gun games, right? I love first-person shooters a lot, but God, do I hate them. Like, I hate how sweaty and childish people are in those games. Everybody has to cheat because they think everybody else is cheating because they suck, right? There's so many people that are bad at the video game. Because here's the thing about FPS games, in my opinion, at least what I've noticed, is if somebody is even 1% better than you at the game, it's not like they're just 1% better than you, right? The numbers show a lot more than a 1% difference, right? If you're playing against somebody that's 1% better than you, he's going to kill you 90% of the time. You going to bed, Topher? I appreciate you, man. Take it easy. Have a good night. I'll talk to you later. Right? So you're going to die so much against somebody that's even 1% better than you, even though he's barely better than you. And you're going to think he's cheating because, you know, you're pretty good at the video game, but he's just a little bit better. So how is he better than me? I'm God. I'm so good at this game. There's no way he's better than me. And then you're like, oh, he's cheating. So then, you know what? I'm going to get cheats and I'm going to cheat against this guy. And it's like, okay, well, now you're cheating. So that guy's like, oh, you're cheating. I'm going to go and get cheats. Fuck that shit. don't for desync? What? Anyway, but yeah, that's home spirit. That's my problem with most of FPS games, is like having to deal with cheaters, because everybody thinks everybody's a cheater, and most of the time no one's cheating. Most of the time everybody's cheating because everybody thinks everybody's cheating, so everybody cheats to fight against the other cheaters. So then it just ends up as the fucking massive cheating war of just like cheater versus cheater at that point. It's like, bro, can you guys just stop cheating and play the fucking game? Like, seriously, grow a pair of balls, learn how to play the game. That's it. Like, you just learn how to fucking play the video game, we wouldn't have this problem. You can understand that people are better than you. That there is a possibility, there is a world out there of people that are better than you at something. You are not the one and only greatest person of all time. Like, these people are so conceited half the time. It's so annoying. Yeah, exactly, Nigo. Like, yeah.
Verdant canopies shroud the world.
It's a revolving door of bullshit. And that's what I've always said. That's why I kind of quit playing FPS games, because I don't want to deal with it. It's what ends up happening is one person is cheating, right? And this one person cheats because he wants to have fun, or you know, he's not good at the game, but he wants to like beat people that are good at the game and hits them off, or whatever, he's trolling, whatever the reasoning is. One guy starts to cheat, and then that guy says, oh well, that guy's cheating, so I'm gonna go get cheats. And then he plays against somebody that says, oh, that guy's cheating, I'm gonna cheat. And then now you've started this revolving door of non-stop cheaters. They're just going to continue to cheat. Okay, he's on conk ground, so I need to move him over here. But yeah, like that's the problem. Yeah, it does. It spreads like I call it the revolving door of cheating, because there's no way to stop it. Once it's started, and it's been 20, 30, 40, like ever since I came out with fucking Game Shark way back in the day, Game Genie, right? Cheating has always been a thing. But once you introduce cheating into multiplayer, there's no way to stop it. It's literally a wildfire that can't be stopped. Cheats are impossible to prevent. Cheating companies are too lucrative to stop doing it. And people will never stop cheating because they always want to be better than somebody else. It's impossible. Yeah, that's what I was saying, Nico. It's like the cheats were introduced back then, but it was a gateway drug, right? People enjoyed being able to skip parts or get invincibility or infinite ammo or whatever it is they were trying to get, you know, to make the game more interesting or fun. That just was a gateway drug for people to use them in other ways from other games. And we'll take this. A little bit of chaos damage sucks, but extra maps would be nice. It was just, like I said, it was kind of like just the entry drug to the cheating, and it is what it is. But once that feeling of I want that fun, that enjoyment, you know what I mean, I want to win, blah blah blah, entered the MMO scene, and they used programs to do it and cheating. It's impossible to stop now, right? It's literally like what Phip said. It's like a disease. Once it's started, it's impossible to cure, because now everybody's gonna catch it. One person after the other, after the other, after the other, and it's never gonna stop. Because now you always have this lingering doubt in the back of your mind: is that person actually legit? Right? Is he cheating? Is the reason he's so much better than me and he keeps killing me is because he's cheating? Or is it because he's better than me? And you never know. And now with that doubt in the back of your mind, you're going to err on the side of, yes, he's cheating. Because everybody knows you're the best person in the world. You're so good at your video game. There's no one that can be better than you, right? you're the best professional that's ever lived, and you get paid to play video games because you're so good at it, right? So, and then obviously you add in like young people, you know, the younger generation, the, the children. Children, obviously, they're obviously the best at video games. They obviously think every single person in the world is cheating if they kill them. So they're gonna cheat. The older people are gonna cheat because they're just pissed off. They just want to piss off the little kids because the little kids are cheating. It's just, it makes the game unfun. And it's like, I like the saying that Nico used because it's 100% true. It's like, at the end of the day, it's like, everybody's just an eye for an eye, you know, blah, 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 leaves the whole world blind. It's like, it's so true. It's just like the same philosophy with the cheating. Like, if this person, if you're cheating because this person's cheating, it's just like, it's just never going to end. It's a bad perpetual cycle of just horribleness. And it just ruins the entire like gaming industry in general. Like the gaming industry has gone so far downhill since cheating has gotten so rampant and so easy to acquire. It's just not even fucking fun anymore. So that's why I play games that cheating doesn't have any impact on me. Like it has impact on the game. You can cheat in the game, sure, do whatever the fuck you want to do, but it doesn't impact me, right? As long as it doesn't have any impact on what I'm doing in the game and the fun that I'm having, right? I don't give a fuck. You can cheat all you want because it doesn't bother me any. Like people cheating in RuneScape has no impact on what I do in RuneScape. What the fuck just killed me? Randomly died. It just randomly died. What the fuck? That was fucking weird. Alright. Yeah, I just keep randomly popping like that.
Your reach exceeds your grasp.
Curio? I don't remember what that name sounds familiar, but I don't remember what it was.
You shall suffer your own bile.
Yeah, I mean, I that is totally true too, man. Like that's like how I feel about cheating. That's why I take mine to the extreme is I refuse to use third-party programs for pretty much anything. Right? Now, take that with a grain of salt. There are a few third-party programs I have used or will use, aka like third-party Minecraft launchers so I can actually play on the private Minecraft servers, right? Like Hypixel and stuff like that, right? I do use, or I do have, I should say, a third-party program or a third-party launcher to launch it. I think I actually play on the official Minecraft launcher now, but I have, right? But like they even have their own mod packs installed or their own you know, stuff packs or whatever. So it's like it's not the base Minecraft game anymore, but it is like a Minecraft server to play on. But like back in the day playing WoW, I used add-ons, right? That's not too terrible of a, you know, a thing. I feel like it's not per se cheating, but it does make the game easier. We're gonna die. This is so dumb. When I fight mobs like this, it makes things way too annoying. Because I pick up this one that put the degen in the middle of the circle, but then the outer circle gets smaller and smaller, and the mobs run from me, and they're not hitting me, but I'm not generating life. Oh, what up, Z? Yeah, exactly. Like using tools or programs to practice or to train or, you know, something along those lines makes sense, right? It's understandable, right? It's like using aim trainers and private servers with like x-rays and stuff like that, so you can understand like lineups, positions, spammable locations, right? Smoke grenades, stuff like that. You can like practice that kind of stuff, or like you said with speedrunners, like practicing the different or going over a specific jump sequence in order, and blah blah blah. Like all those things you have to practice to like get those things down. Makes sense, right? But then you turn all that off, you put it all away, and you do it without the tools when it comes time to actually putting it into practice, right? To do your specific, you know, run. Like it just, but that's the thing, is like people can't, they won't. Like the speedrunners scene, like you see so many videos of like people cheating speedruns and like finding unique cheesy ways to get an advantage over other people that have done something. Like I can't beat this person, so I'm gonna just cheese it. I'm gonna use something to my advantage and I'm gonna fake it rather than doing it legit. Putting the effort in, showing people, like, and that's what I'm saying. I really like that quote that you quoted about, you know, it's a hollow victory. Like that's the key thing from that. It's like you gained nothing. Like you cheated, you put zero effort in. Yes, you might have beat me, but you didn't beat me. Right? You don't have the skill to beat me. You had to use a program to beat me. You had to, you know, use a program to complete a section or to beat a video game or to whatever it was. You couldn't do it yourself. You didn't put the effort in. You didn't gain anything from it. You didn't learn anything from it. And if that's the mentality you have in life, I'd be scared to see like what other things you cheese and you I don't know what this means. So we're not gonna get it. It's just it's really sad because like people that have that mentality, those are the people that like don't show up to work, don't call in, don't say, hey, I can't come into work today, I'm sick or whatever, and then show up to work the next day and are wondering why they're fired. What do you mean I'm fired? What do you mean I don't have a job? I just missed a day of work. I just came into work late every day for the last 6 months. Why would you fire me? It's like, are you that dumb? Cheats the shower. What keeps randomly killing me? I don't understand. I'm just standing there and dying. That's the 4th time I've died in the last fucking 20 minutes. And I don't understand what's killing me. I was looking over reading chat and I just fucking popped. What is going on in this fucking game today? Like some of the ultimatums I understand. I'm expecting to just randomly pop in the ultimatums because of like some of the mods that I get hit with, but I wasn't even in an ultimatum. I'm just fucking standing there. I saw a mob slow walking at me and I just died. Yeah, we've been talking about that for a while. It's like I wish POE would add in like a death card. So when you died, it told you, hey, in the last 10 seconds, this is the damage you took. This was the killing blow. Right?
Would you like a cup of water? Because you look thirsty as fuck right now.
Yeah, and like that's fine. Like that, so that's kind of like my thing with Guild Wars 2, Nico, is I don't know if you've watched me play it all that much, but I'm trying to do everything in like chronological order, and I'm trying not to cheese the achievements, right? Or the jump puzzles and stuff. So there's a lot of jump puzzles and achievements in the game that now are much easier because you can just use a flying mount, or you can use like a jumping mount, or there's like abilities in the game like gliders or certain like talent trees that give a certain skill that like simplify things like teleport or jump or whatever, like to places that normally you wouldn't be able to do back in the day when it came out. So I'm doing my damnedest to not use any of that stuff to complete it legit the first time. So once I've done it once, I don't care if I cheese it after that, but I want to at least get through it one time and complete it before I actually do it like cheesy. And then on top of that, I am somewhat cheesing, and hear me out on this, is I'm doing my damnedest to not cheese it, but there are certain things, like in certain jump puzzles, that if I fail the jump, it takes me 30 minutes to get back to where I was. Right? I have to fly, like I have to like fall down, I have to go to one side, I have to go all the way around, I have to go up these staircase, I have to go over to this one thing, I have to go around the spire, then go down up another staircase, do a small jump puzzle over here to then jump off that jump puzzle to another platform, to then run over to then get on top of the jump puzzle I was just doing. Right? I have to go through all of that every time I fail one jump. So what I've been doing is, if I fail the jump, I use my glider, which I wouldn't have had access to, but I use my glider to reset faster. So instead of going through all of that process, I glide over to the start of the first jump puzzle, and then I jump up. So I don't have to do that whole run, wrap around across the bridge, down the spire, over and over, and blah, blah, blah. I glide over to the first jump puzzle, jump across it, and I get over to where I'm at. It saves me so much time. So, I mean, yes, it's cheesing it, quote unquote, but not really at the same time. I'm still legitly doing the jump puzzle. I'm just not taking the time to do the reset. Thanks, mate. I appreciate it. How are things going, Z? How's the character coming along? Oh man, I'm tempted to stop doing rituals. I feel like what I need to do with this character is not ultimatum right now. I feel like I should just stick to Breach and Abyss for a little while, farm XP, and get some gear on him. Because like from everything I've looked at with this build, is there's certain key parts you need to maintain your survivability, and I'm missing them. There's actually one specific thing I'm missing, and that's life on hit from either a Nebulous, which is a good option, or a Watcher's Eye. And since my Nebulous I bought does not have life on hit, I kind of need to get a Watcher's Eye to accomplish this. Like I said, I'm currently in the budget version, which is using this to keep me alive. But as you can tell, this budget version, it gets you started, but it's not quite strong enough to survive. I'm randomly popping, right? Now, not to say that I wouldn't still pop with the life on hit, because in some of those situations, there wasn't any mobs to hit. There was standing in degen, and I just died. So I don't know how I'd fix that, but I don't know. I'm just getting frustrated randomly dying on this character. I love the 99 block. It's hilarious. It's a nice defensive layer, but it also has like glaring issues for survivability. Because like a lot of the times, like I'm standing there and I'm like just dying to degen. I'm dying to poison on the ground or burning ground or something that's on the ground. I'm just dying to it. There's a history button on your cell tab, Z. So when you pull up the window, you manage your shop on the left here. At the very top right corner of that window, there's like a little piece of paper. You click on it, it'll show you the history of your sales and stuff.
The sun is setting on your success.
So one of the things with your build, oh, 8 divines, let's go. That's a huge one. Oh god, I kind of want to leave after this. I don't want the 8 divines. Ah, an amulet, nice. This is why ultimatums can be very lucrative. You hit the divine ones like that. I think there's even more expensive ones than that too. I think there's ones for like mage bloods or apothecaries or something. Some of them are worth like big money. I don't know exactly what the expensive ones are off the top of my head, but I do know there are some really expensive ones. I do need to put on a freaking abominable force though. The constant stuns are ridiculous. Like on my RF, it's fine because I'm just able to do damage even when I'm being punched around. I mean, I can do it here, but I'm trying to get to like circles. And when I'm just constantly stunned, I can't even move. I do have the abominable force on my RF though, so I mean, it's helpful in that build a lot.
Confront that which you release.
Gotta pee. Come on, walk, 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 walk. Just walk. Just walk a few extra steps. Alright, I'm in the circle. It sucks when I get against like one of these soul eaters or something. They just attack so fucking fast.
Victory requires a keen eye.
Can't move.
The fire of summer burns within.
Come on. Fuck. No! What killed me? Bro! What the fuck just killed me? That was 8 divines gone! And I just got insta-gibbed. I gotta pee. I'll be right back. Bro, I just keep getting fucked today.
Journey well.
Fucked. Non-stop. Did anybody see what one-shot me? Here, did you see what one-shot me? Kind of curious. It just came out of nowhere. I'm thinking about getting this. I'm thinking about putting this on, but it kind of takes away a lot of my reses. All right, let's change. How about this? We'll start with this. We'll start with changing our anoint to vampirism. Amber Teal Violet. We'll try to see if that feels any better. Yeah, it's unaffected by poison, but it gives like up to 20% of damage recouped as life. I think that's one of the problems I'm having with the build is I don't have any damage recouped as life. So I have petrified blood, which is reducing the incoming damage, but then some of it's being dealt to me over time. And I have no way to like counter that damage over time when it happens. So like with my other character, my RF, I have a bunch of damage recouped as life nodes. So when I'm taking all this damage, you'll see my HP bar will be at 0, but I'll have a dark back border one, which is all my regen and degen comboing each other. So I technically am like basically have no HP, but with the degen plus the regen countering each other out, I stay alive. So I'm hoping with a little bit of damage recouped as life, maybe I won't pop as much. It also gives me life on kill. The other one was 5% of my life every time I get stunned. So every time I take a hit, I heal for 5% of my total life over and over again. But the problem is when I have such a small life pool, it doesn't make as much of an impact. Right? It's 5% of my total life isn't a lot of HP. And this is why I need the Watcher's Eye. Because the Watcher's Eye is a flat HP per hit. And when I'm hitting 50 times a second, it's a huge amount of healing. And even if it's on a single target, with how many skills are triggering, like Firestorm of Pelting, you know, the Tarthus skill that goes out and in, Flame Wall, so on and so forth. There's so many hit mechanics going in with my abilities that it's a lot of healing per second. Now, I still am susceptible to dot damage if I'm not being hit. So if I'm standing in Poison Cloud or Burning Ground or anything like that, I can still technically die to that stuff. As long, like, if I'm not being hit, I can still die to that stuff, which is kind of annoying, but it is what it is. But I do have a lot of like flat regen as well. It just, like I said, the flat regen, the percentage regen doesn't help us that much because our HP pool is so low. Yeah, like I said, I expect to die on this guy a lot until I figure him out. Right? It's kind of like why I'm playing it, because I kind of want to figure him out. I want to understand what makes or breaks the character. I want to understand like what I can do to make him stronger, how to live, how to stop randomly popping. Like even on like the high tier like super juiced builds of the guy that's like, you know, showcasing the build, he still randomly pops, but it's not nearly that often. And it's only during the ultimatums when he's getting comboed with a lot of like a lot of the abilities. Some of the combos of the abilities are really rippy. and he randomly pops. So it does happen. Don't get me wrong. It's just not nearly to the extent of where I'm dying, but I am on the budget version, which is expected to die. But he also has stated multiple times that it's best to switch to this character when you have the money to fully switch to it. Switching to it with like a budget version isn't really worth it. It's better to play it as a different like build and then convert into this once you have the items and the currency. I'm just annoyed because I had an 8 divine fucking thing and could have made 8 divines today. And like it makes sense if I take a mod that would kill me, but I didn't. Like, the mods that I had were not very bad. I feel like I died to an on death effect. I don't feel like I died to an actual like just getting obliterated. I think it was an on death effect explosion, like a corpse explosion or something, like one of those volatile like fireballs that came over and just one shot me.
Your pride demands restoration. Mortality seeks you in combat.
I don't know, just super annoying sometimes. Trying to figure this character out.
Hate begets hate. A sliver of the winter of the world returns.
It's interesting.
Ruin arrives suddenly. The storm comes swiftly.
I'm contemplating taking off the grueling
Stray too far and find
thing out of the Atlas where I can go to 13 rounds. I just like the 13 rounds because it gives me 3 more options every map to get more ultimatum for rewards and stuff. 3 more like opportunities for good money. It's just the fact that I can't choose my hey, look, another just random pop. Like I don't understand. I'm not dying to crit. It's just boom, instant death. It's making me really not want to play the character. Like I've died more today than I have this entire character in the last like 5 days. I just don't understand. Like, I just don't get what's popping me so often. I still have my 99 block. I still have like everything's still in place. I haven't changed anything. I'm not even taking like hours. I'm gonna take this one because why not at this point? I also wanted to contemplate with this build putting on Righteous Fire because I do have a lot of regen to counter the degen of Righteous Fire. And Righteous Fire gives spell damage. And since every spell, like skill I'm using is a spell, giving a more multiplier to spell damage would give me more damage. And I'm contemplating if that would be worth it for damage output. It's just I gotta fix my survivability first. I gotta stop getting insta-gibbed out of nowhere. If I can get more reliable sustain or like survivability and just stop randomly one-tapping or getting like bursted down like that, I think being able to add in Righteous Fire would be really cool. Because like RF won't do a whole lot of damage, but it'll give us more damage because it'll just give us that spell damage boost. Also, here, I think it was you we were talking when we were looking over some builds where I saw people that were using Val Righteous Fire and they had like different things equipped to it. Now, I don't know if POB is just wrong or if even the game is just not coded for it. But for some reason, the game and POB does not recognize Val RF as having a duration tag, even though it has one. So the duration skills don't affect the sheet damage of RF in game or in POB. It doesn't change it at all. Unless you have life tap attached to it. Which is weird. Because I remember I was like, oh damn, I didn't know that that would work. I didn't know that would give us the duration tag so we can like save a socket, right? Because if we didn't have to put life tap in it to use Swift Affliction and stuff, could technically get some nice little bonuses. How is this guy healing? Oh, he's got life regen. Well, that guy's never gonna die. I don't have the ascendancy point to reduce their or not the ascendancy point, but the whatchamacallit to reduce his regen. They were upgrading my Pantheons. Gonna make this even rippier. Let's go. I feel like you should just do the ultimatum first and then clear them out. So you don't make the ultimatum even more rippy. But yeah, in the budget version of the build, I did see that they had like damage recouped his life in there as well. So I have no idea. That's for crafting and the new content. See, I don't really touch those. Oh, which is a perfect dark variant. Oh. Only 8 soon. We'll sell it. Nothing's better than nothing. Oh. You get a shavs. I want this fucking search. Jesus fucking Christ game. Thank you. Only 3C. Not really worth my time. Like I said, they're crafting currencies from the aqueduct. So it's like reforge a rare item with random modifiers, including an infamous modifier. So there's specific modifiers from specific things. So you use these to force specific modifiers on a specific pieces of gears. It's like it's for advanced crafting, basically. What it boils down to. Something I'll never use. I feel like I'm not strong enough to do 13 waves. I can do 10 waves. But I don't think I can do 13 waves. And I think I should... Yeah, I think I'm going to take off grueling. Problem is I don't want to end up in boss fights. So... It kind of is a downside we'll run into occasionally. But I think we're going to do that just so we stop getting things that suck as often. Like, taking a couple downsides is fine, but certain ones are just really bad. I think we'll take it off after this. Yeah, that I'm probably about to pop here. Yeah, I think I need that Watcher's Eye. And yeah, I think even with the Watcher's Eye, I'm still susceptible to getting one tapped with only 1500 HP. Gravebind? That's actually worth money. If I live through this, I'll probably not take the next one. Come on, live through it. Live through it. Gravebind's usually worth money. Nagahuma's flame. Okay, hold on. First off, let's verify Gravebind. The 20C corrupted. Alright, so it's 20C for those now. And then I don't think this is worth anything. Yeah, that's not really worth anything. Okay. We could do one more, but I'm just gonna take this. I don't feel like dealing with it. I don't feel like randomly popping. The Gravebond, 20C, it's not a lot, but I can at least sell them for the upgrades or whatever. I'll probably turn around and sell them for 10C. But like the invites. Alright, let's take out the grueling. And I'll just pick this back up, whatever.
Greetings. Keep your life to your own.
So that.
What are we shipping? I'll let you know.
Alright, so like I said, these are worth 20C a pop, but they're the higher tier at 70%. Dabs is also 70%. they're worth nothing, and then thing. I'm sad. I don't got. We probably don't need the 22. I don't know what this one was. I think the last standing was worth something. I think it was worth a little bit of money. Oh, all right. Less waves. What are those? Less waves, but I can at least pick my things now. So less likely to get a bad combo. I mean, I still get bad combos, but 13 waves is just nice because I get extra XP, extra mobs, extra chances at loot. Yeah, so I need an Abominable Force, and I need a Watcher's Eye. I'm glad I don't have that one. Well, this one can kind of suck. Basically won't have endurance charges on this one.
You shall suffer your own bile. The dance of death, swift, eternal. The wind conspires with the flames. Unpredictability adds that much spice.
Did we almost die there? That was crazy. Whoa, these guys are wrecking the fucking altar. So many damn archers.
Ruins surround. Relentless assault.
This survive. Oh, this fucking protect the spire one just sucks. So annoying. Oh. Divine! Raw Divine drop! Yay! Finally made some money today. Bet we didn't have duplication. Drop a double. Get a twofer. Twofer would have been nice. I don't know how much a watcher's eye would cost us. So that watcher's eye is only 200C for a single prop. What if we went for a 2 prop? Four div? That's not terrible. Now the question is, what if I went for a 3 prop? How expensive are we looking for a 3 prop? I'm finding a 3 prop. I am finding a 2 prop. Close enough. Now, Edge might want that. Or we can roll. Roll accuracy, huh? That's not too terrible. Crit chance, not terrible either. Melee damages, not bad. Got options. Give that to him. This one's really bad looking. What the hell?
Greetings.
Have to farm maps again soon. Trying to figure out what we do since the Ultimate was fun on this. I don't know, I'm just kind of feeling the RF more. It just feels more reliable. Like, obviously there's things I guarantee can't run on it, which this character could run with some RNG. Chances of loss, obviously. I feel like the RF cast on stun is just more reliable. Like I said, even though it can't run quite as many mods as this one can. Just want to do the ultimatum really fast, and then I'll grab my towers. I'm wondering if I start, like, if rarity really makes a difference when it comes to Valorb. Okay, yeah, so according to this, rarity doesn't help.
Relentless assault. Ruin surrounds you.
Is there nothing that helps with item quantity in the game anymore? Other than just the Atlas tree and the maps? I'm curious. What's the highest quantity maps being sold on the marketplace, and how much are they going for?
No rest.
Yeah, 244. Let's do a non-unique quantity. Yeah, quantity only goes to like 130. And then you need pack size on top of that. So let's go to maps. Quantity, let's just do like 130. Yeah, like if you did like a 130, I mean that's deli, but the T16s. I want deli, honestly. Flight Ravage, Flight. There's not a lot of them, honestly. But I feel like most of them are deli. Yeah, so this one's no longer available. This one you could run. Huge quant. 6C. I feel like that's pretty cheap and then just jumps to 30. Interesting. I feel like you could easily run quantity maps to like increase your chances of div cards. Yeah, I was gonna pick that up, but like I said, rarity doesn't matter. Unless you're trying to drop like unique armors and jewelry and stuff. Only for uniques. So dropping mage bloods, that would work. It'd help you drop a mage blood. That's why people pick up rarity. So they can organically drop a mage blood. Yeah, I am getting frustrated with this build, but I think I need to figure it out. Like, once I figure it out, I think it'll be fine. It's gonna take me a little effort to get it up and running and working. And then obviously tinkering with it to try and make it my own. Because the main thing I need to figure out is how to get his HP higher. Like, I don't mind running Petrified Blood and cucking my total overall HP, but I would like to have more than 4,000 HP. I'd like to get up to 6. If I had a total of 6,000 HP, I think that would be more acceptable. Where are the fucking mobs? Oh, I got stunned before I clicked it. I was like, why the fuck isn't there any mobs? Yeah, I think if I can get the total of 6,000 HP, that'll help with our life regen. Because we have a lot of percentage life regen. And it'll give us more of an overall effective hit pool to work with. So we're less likely to just insta-pop. And degen won't be nearly as much of a problem. But I'm also thinking about dropping the amulet. I'm wondering if like we drop the amulet for Defiance of Destiny, how much tankier the character will feel. Losing a little bit of block. But gaining all that health before I'm taking a hit. Because ideally I'd like to put the Nebulous on. I'd like to put RF on. And I'd like to have a ton of regen. Like obviously healing per hit. Yeah, Audience with a King, that's good. You could probably buy that or at least defer it. Problem is, if I defer it, I might not be able to get it next time. Alright, so we gotta go in and beat the... We don't have to beat the boss, but we have to kill everything in here. To spawn that. To then hopefully get enough to buy it. Close. Really close. I think it's like 7,500. Bro, we're so close. Why you gotta do this to me? That's so fucked. Alright, fine. The fur. That's annoying. I needed like 56 more points.
Hello. Journey well.
Alright, I'm gonna say no, no, and no. And then I'm pretty sure this one is basic. Take those.
Greetings.
So these 30, 30, 30, 30, 30.
Journey well.
We got a unmaking 30. Okay. Trying to think what we can change up here to make this better. But obviously levels would help. Right? If we level, we can get a jewel socket and we can put in the Watcher's Eye. That'd be helpful. I wonder if how much a nebulous would cost us. That has life gained on hit. Like this? Oh. I don't know which one I'm supposed to be getting. Like, I don't want to scroll through and look for it. Because I know it's like life when you hit, or life gained on hit, or gain X amount of life. I feel like they're not going to be cheap. Did I just see on hit with attacks? And on hit with spells? I mean, that could work. Maybe when you block? Ugh. Pissing me off. I don't know why I can't find it. Pull up the build that we found the other day. See if we can freaking figure it out. All right, let's click on this guy. Hey, okay, grants life per enemy hit. That's why. Okay. Grants life. There we go. Okay, so this is something we could probably just buy and test. We'll just buy this and we'll see how it works. I just want to see how it feels with the life on hit rather than the percentage life.
Check in with me when you have a moment.
All right. We're gonna put, because I'm pretty sure this one. Interesting. I want to try it just to see how it goes, because this one's like it's more damage because it's 30% Ellie, but I want to see how this works. I also want to do a quick ignite spread. I should not do that at the same time. Actually, I'm gonna do that separately. I'll see how this feels by itself first. I have to buy some more scarabs. Gift cards are doubled. We need to find. Okay, let's just go and find the ultimatum really fast.
I hope you have enjoyed your brief string of victory. You shall suffer your own bile. An arrow falls.
I'm not trying to evade. I'm trying to get stunned anyway. I definitely see my HP fluctuating super hard. Which is fine as long as it heals right back up. The problem I'm still gonna probably see is the random one taps. The random big one taps. But what's crazy is I don't understand, like, if I have 99% chance to block, why is my HP fluctuating so frequently? Right? There's no way I'm getting hit that often through 99% chance to block. How am I getting hit that often?
Bloodthirsty princes surround
That's why I'm standing in D-Gen. But I don't think I'm in D-Gen. No! Why did you put me in the box? So dumb! I can't fight this thing, dude. We're gonna be here for a fucking hour. This is why I had the grueling. I shouldn't have taken that last one. I didn't realize we were on the 10th fight. I wouldn't have gone in if it wasn't, unless it was like a really good reward. Oh, so frustrating. Well, that happened. Yeah, I gotta tinker with this character, man. I don't know what to do to make him feel better. Like, I feel like the life on hit is kind of nice. I feel like it's working quite well. Dude, today is just not working like this. I just opened up my barbecue sauce to, like, you know, put some on my nuggies. And it just fucking shot barbecue sauce everywhere. It is on my desk, it's on my phone, it's on my drink. I'm gonna go get a wipe. Be right back. Yeah, I honestly don't think I can kill this guy. Because I'm pretty sure he has healing too. Could be wrong. But even so, it's gonna take fucking forever, even if it doesn't have healing. I can't believe it just shot fucking barbecue sauce all over my damn desk, dude. So mad. God, man. Today's just not my day. It's so annoying too, because it's like I went to bed late, I woke up late, but I slept good, I felt good, I was in a good mood. And it's like I was in a good mood and then I started playing this game. This game's just pissing me off all night. Like, no matter what I do tonight, this game just is out to fucking piss me off. So irritating. I think we're gonna change Malevolence out for determination as well.
Feel its power. Chaos, aid me. Be still.
8K armor is nice. I feel like if we get to like 20, 30,000 armor, it'd be much better.
Knights of chaos.
Because like we already have the flat granite flask. We did a basalt on top of that. We can get a huge amount of armor. Does anybody know, can you get stunned through Molten Shell? Because Molten Shell, in my opinion, all it does is it puts up a shield that percentage of the damage gets taken from the shield before your HP, so it reduces the damage you take. I'm wondering if we did a cast on damage taken. ZDPS doesn't even begin to explain this, Rick. It's not meant to fight this guy. I didn't mean to go into the boss fight. That's what I'm pissed about. Is I just took off the grueling passive in the Atlas because I was randomly popping. And I was like, I'm trying to test and figure the character out, right? I have no... Wait, what? Oh, that's a completely different build. I'm not playing RF cast on stun. I'm playing Gladiator cast on stun for ultimatum farming. I mean, technically the RF can ultimatum farm as well, just differently. But yes, RF. So they did Flame Link. I think Okay, so Pox did Flame Link like last league or the league before, and it was pretty strong. Not Flame Link, but Searing Bond Totem. This league is Scorching Ray of Immolation, spamming totems, because the new tech with that skill is every time you summon a totem, it counts as a new entity, and each entity stacks a separate burn on a target. So you're spamming putting totems down as fast as possible, so you can get as many totems to apply a burn in a short period of time as you can. So you use multi-totem support with +1 to totem on a shield, so you have 4 totems. So every time you cast, you place 2, and by the time you cast your second one, the first 2 have already started casting, and then when you cast the third time, you replace the first 2. You go from 2 stacks to 4 stacks to 6 stacks to 8 stacks to 10 stacks to 12 stacks. Rinse and repeat until you finally hit the cap of your stacks between your cast speed and your replacement speed. It's crazy. All right, sounds good. Sounds good. I appreciate you, Rick. Thanks for the sub. Thanks for the like and everything. I hope you have a good day. Thank you. Bye bye bye. Thank you. Bye. See ya. But yeah, this one's different. This is 99% block glad. It's meant to basically do any ultimatum except for no block, and even no block can have a variation of items swapped in to do a no block variation. So it's supposed to be able to do every mod in ultimatum completely AFK without touching the buttons. But anyway, I appreciate you, man. Take it easy. Thank you. See you. Bye. Come back again. Just don't do the fucking boss fights because they're terrible. The build is not meant to do boss fights. Here, I'm gonna walk over to him. Maybe we can do a little extra damage. Fucking dreadful. Dude, why did I do this to myself? Never again. Oh. Yeah, I think I'll stay on a little longer than 5 today, like I did yesterday. But the only reason why I think I'll do that is because I got on late today. So I'll stay on a little later, but I still have to go by a max of 5:30. I'll only stay on like an extra 30 minutes. But it's because I still have to go to her parents' house and take care of the animals in the morning. So we got about an hour left. So if you guys have any questions, you guys want me to look anything over or help you with anything, feel free to ask. We have a little bit of time to be able to do that. Yeah, that's why I was bringing it up, mate, because I knew you were getting off. This weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So it's time versus money spent, Z. You either spend the money that somebody has already qualityed them, or you run the labyrinths yourself and you quality them. You can make money qualitying your own gems, in theory, but it's time consuming. Especially if it's not a good lab. Like if the lab layout is really bad, it's not worth you doing labs. So you want to check it if you want a lab run to get your own gem qualities, at some point you need to check them every day to find a good lab layout. Once there's a good lab layout, then you spam labs that day, try and get all your gems qualityed. But it takes so much time to run through a lab just to get a little bit of quality. It can just be worth spending the money to buy the gems already leveled. Because like I said, some people are really bad at the game, or they have lab runners and they're really good at lab running, and they just quality gems and sell quality gems. It's money maker. You can make money doing it, but there's a lot of other lucrative things you can do. You can. The gem cutter prisms, you can buy those, but the gem cutter prisms cost more than usually what a quality gem costs. So like I bought level 20 quality gems for like everything, and they cost like 40-50 C each. Some of them are more expensive, obviously, but the GMPs are roughly the same price, if not more expensive sometimes, depending on the time of the year, right? The time of the season. League, can you just move, please? Why can't I frostblank? Whatever. Thank you for dying. It only took 10 minutes. Yeah, I'll pull it up and I'll show you when I get out of here.
Chaos laughs mortal, and fortune is
Because here's the thing, is like typically what ends up happening is people find the gems, right? From drops, like opening chests or in general, like people find level 20 gems. They level them up and then they sell them, right? Rather than qualitying them via the lab or using GMPs. Typically they just find a level 20 quality or close to 20 quality, and they use a couple GMPs to max it out, and they just sell that after leveling it up, or just selling it as a level 1 20 quality, and they just sell it. There's also div cards that can drop or can give quality gems, right? So people that are stacked deck farming, they'll get a bunch of those div cards that give quality gems, and then they just sell the quality gems. Some are. What the hell just popped me again, dude? Bro, I'm getting so annoyed with these random pops. It's so fucking frustrating. All right. I kind of want to go with more damage instead of picking up my Watcher's Eye or something. But like GMPs, for example, right? I have Chaos and I want Gym Cutters. Why don't I see that? So they're roughly 1.3 C per one. So if you needed 20, you'd spend like 27 C to quality your gem. But like if you wanted, let's say Righteous Fire, right? And you wanted a 20 quality. You can buy, let's just say it's not, I mean, this is a 23 level 1. You'd have to level it, but it's 5C, right? Level 19, 20 quality, 5C. Right? Like a 23, level 16, 6C. Like you could buy that super cheap. Right? And even if you wanted to be a little lazy and you just wanted to buy a level 20 gem, still 7C for a 2020. Now, if you wanted the 23, 9C. 9C, 2023 quality. Like, it's not worth GMPing it. Most cases. It's not worth running labs for 9C. But some gems are worth getting level 21. Some gems are worth getting 23 quality. RF is not one of the ones that you want to get a +1 level on. Unless you're stacking like a lot of gem levels. But even then, it's like the only thing you're going to get is a +1 to radius, basically. So you kind of have to just know each gem and understand like what scales it. But Righteous Fire, if you go and look, level 20 gives 2.3 meter radius and more spell damage. Spell damage means nothing to you. At 21, it's the same. And then at changes at 24. So you'd have to have a 21 and then +3 to levels to get 0.1 meter radius. Right? And then the quality gives you radius for quality. Right? So it ranges from 0.05 all the way to 0.3. So I would say 3 more quality would give you like very little. It might give you 0.1 or close to 0.1. So, I mean, if you really, 23 quality is better than +1 level in that case. But like if we look at, say, like Tempest Shield, the quality just gives you chance to shock enemies. Not worth getting a 23 quality. It doesn't really matter. The flammability, it just increases the duration of your ignites. That can be kind of nice, but you're not going to be running flammability on a chieftain, right? Malevolence increases area of effect. It could be useful to have extra quality on this. Extra level, worth it, right? POE Malevolence. The levels from malevolence do make it stronger. So, so at 20, it's 2019. At 21, it's 2020. Skill effect duration can help, but maybe not for your build. But if you get it another level to 22, which is, there's ways to do that. You can get another plus level here, right? Now, qualitying it just gives area of effect, so not really necessary unless you want there to be a bigger radius of where people are getting affected with malevolence, so it has viability. You just have to know each skill. And you have to figure out which one's best to have a 21, which one's best to have more quality versus quantity or whatever. It's just, it's a little much, don't get me wrong, but it just takes time. Ugh.
Hello. Keep your life to your own.
I don't know what feels better. Okay, so didn't really feel much better. Like I've already popped with it. Damage feels about the same. Let us E-core this. Chance to bleed, not too terrible. Damage, wither, suppression, poison. Not hating the chance to bleed. I feel like Fizz converted to fire is probably what we want. Oh, fire exposure would have been good, actually. I rolled over it, not thinking about it. What if fire damage leeches life? Sure. I think we'll just do the same thing we do with our other character. Ignite spread, fire damage leeches life. Because we're hitting with a lot of fire, and if we're going to leech life doing that, I'm okay with it. Alright, and then helmet. Cold damage. I don't really care which one, which combo it is. I just need Fizz taken as an element. And then I need... Okay, that works. And then I need, yeah, that element to be recouped as life. They're not high tier, but it's something. All right. Something along those lines. I don't know if what I said answered your question at all, Z, but Like I said, it's not a straight, easy answer because there's so many skill gems, and each one of them is different, and I don't memorize them off the top of my head. Of which ones want to be 21, which ones want to be 23, which ones don't matter. No, the odds of you hitting 23 quality is pretty rare. So there's the method to the madness here, okay? You have a couple options on doing it yourself, and it's perfectly fine to do it that way if you want. But typically what people will do, at least at League Start, is since you can put gems in your offhands, right? And you can level them up in the background without like affecting what you're doing. People will fill their background offhands, all 6 slots, with their main skill, right? Or whatever skill they're trying to level up in quality. And when they all reach level 20, right, they will Val Orb all of them, right? And then they'll rinse and repeat this until they get the outcome they're looking for. Sorry, I was reading what you're saying. Yeah, I don't know why. So don't take the path of building so seriously about what's in the offhands and stuff, because that's just like snapshots of people's like characters at the time and stuff. So sometimes they do have a snapshot of them like leveling something up in the background. Not meant to tell you, hey, you need to level this up in your offhand. This is just saying this is what I was doing at the time. I mean, personally, like, having the extra level or having the extra quality is fine. Like, if you can buy it, if you can afford it, there's no reason not to, right? At the same time, like that's what I did. It's like, whatever, I bought it, it's fine. It's not gonna hurt you to have the extra levels or the extra quality. It just doesn't help you in some situations, right? It just saves you money to not have to do it. But so one of the ways is to level up a bunch of them and just Val Orb them yourself, right? But remember, if you're gonna Val Orb them, if you're going for, you need to quality them before you Val Orb them, which means you either have to GMP them or you have to run labs. So once again, you're at this point where, are you just going to run labs to quality it, or are you going to buy GMPs to GMP it, or are you going to wait for the quality gems to drop, so on and so forth, right? Same argument we were having before. So got to figure that part out first. But your other option is you can buy 2020s from other people that are uncorrupted, and you can Val Orb them yourself. Or you can, instead of Val Orbing them, you can run a double corruption chamber Alva Temple that you can buy from somebody or make yourself. And double corruptions are much easier to hit your 23 quality or your 21 or whatever you're shooting for, because it corrupts it twice, not just once. You have 2 chances to hit what you're looking for, because corruptions can do a lot of things. Corruptions can Val a version, like turn it into a Val version. Corruption can lower its level by 1, making you have to re-level it. Corruption can do literally nothing. Corruption can take quality away. Corruption can add quality. Corruption can also add a gem level. And they're all weighted differently. So there's so many options, but if you corrupt it twice, you have a much greater chance of hitting positive. Now, hitting both positives, pretty rare, but it is possible. But once again, a lot of the gems that you're gonna get come from div cards, right? You can get quality gems from div cards, and that's pretty easy. Now, there's so many gems, so the odds of you getting the gem you want is pretty slim. It takes a while, but you can. Take a hot minute. And once again, that's why it boils down to just probably buying it from somebody else. Like, so what you could do to save money is you can buy quality gems, like level 1s, level 5s, level 10s, level 0s, whatever. Doesn't matter what level it is, as long as it's uncorrupted and it's 20 quality. You buy uncorrupted level 20 quality gems from players for relatively cheap, because they're, like I said, they're getting them as drops, and they're just selling them for like 5-10 cents. You put those in your offhand, you level them up to 20, and then you just fucking straight Battle Orb them. That's it. That's the whole process. And then eventually you'll hit the quality you're looking for, or the level you're looking for, or the Val version you're looking for, or whatever it is you're looking for. Eventually you'll hit it. That's how you would do it. But at the end of the day, it's just easier just to save up the chaos and just buy it from somebody. Like I said, some of the gems are very pricey. Very pricey. So some of them are worth you actually spending the time to do yourself. Like if we go and look at POE Ninja, and we look at like the gems, right? Some of these gems are stupid expensive. Like the Awakened gems, we're not even going to talk about those because the only Awakened gems that are in the game are the exceptional, like, you know, Enlightened, Empower, and Enhanced ones. These ones, we don't talk about those. But the Graders, once again, the Graders are exceptional new gems. Eclipse is also an exceptional. All right, so this is the first one that's not an exceptional gem. That is a Transfigure kind of ISK version. 48 divines for a 21-23. Every strike of Tarthus. I don't even know how to obtain this, but that's 48 divines. Crazy. All right, you're in an ad, so we're gonna wait. Like, I don't have enough, bro. Okay. What should we need? It costs more this time than it did when I deferred it. That's fucking bullshit. It cost 7,500 last time. Now it costs 7,501. And I deferred it so it would be cheaper. That's bullshit. Beyond bullshit. Absolute bullshit. I'm so pissed that actually cost more than it did when I deferred it. Actually fucking stupid. Welcome back. But anyway, yeah, so like I said, some gyms are just stupid expensive. Like if we come down, Ethereal Knives. Just Ethereal Knives itself. Basic bitch Ethereal Knives, double corrupted with 21-23 qualities, 39 divines. Stupid. Right? Come down a little bit further. Herald of Ash, 21-23 Herald of Ash, 28 divines. Come down a little bit further. Your next one would be crit damage support, 21-23, 22 divines. Like a lot of these, like even Val Righteous Fire, 21-20. I don't understand this, but it's 22 divines. Why? There ain't no goddamn way someone's spending 20 divines on a Val Righteous Fire. Why? I don't understand. Explain. Huh? Like Val Arc, I get. It's 21 divines as well. Like even these like eclipsed ones and awakened ones and the like all these exceptional gems I get. Purity of Fire makes sense. Like the Val Blade Vortex, sure. Val Reap, sure. Val Molten Shell, don't understand the price of that one. Val Lightning Strike, sure. Val Discipline, bit expensive, but can make sense being a 21, sure. Herald of Thunder kind of makes sense. Purity of Elements, not so much. That's ridiculous. Val Grace, Val Haste makes sense. This shit is wild. Why are the prices so astronomical? Like, what is going on here? Let's look at normal. Right, normal gems. How about we just do non-transfigured? Normal. Okay, so go back to normal. So these are all exceptional gems and normal gems. I still find some of these just did not make sense. There's still exceptional gems in here, but like, why? Punishment, 12 divine. Why are they worth a divine? Why are all these worth a arrogance? 21 arrogance is worth a divine. Like, minion, worth a divine. 2 divines. Why? Why? I don't get it. The gems don't get value.
Greetings. Till next time, shall we keep, Savior?
So crazy. I don't understand the thought process there. Like, the Purity of Fire plus 20, level 21 Purity of Fire makes some sense because at 21 with a couple plus the levels, you get an extra max res, right? The quality on it is only for Orobots. Does nothing for the actual player. So unnecessary to have the quality on it for it to cost more money with extra quality. It just doesn't make any sense. I need to find where is my ultimatum at? Where could it be?
One loss is nothing to be ashamed of.
It's some of these just don't make logical sense. All right, mate. I appreciate you, man. Take it easy. I'll talk to you tomorrow or this weekend. If you need me, hit me up in the Discord, man. No. I think Vitality, if you hold control over Vitality, I think it's control or it's alt, one or the other one. It'll tell you what the quality does by just hovering over it and holding that button. I'm pretty sure Vitality just increases its area of effect when you quality it. So not really worth your time. Quality it. And life tap, I think increases the life tap duration. Like the buff from life tap. Shouldn't have a problem maintaining the buff, so there's no reason to increase the duration, so I wouldn't worry about that either. Not worth spending money on them, basically. Frostblink is arguably okay to have some quality on it, because even though it's level 1, you're not using it for damage, you use it for movement. The quality gives it extra distance. So you can Frostblink further. So in theory, that would help a little bit with traversal. And like shield charge, if you're rocking shield charge, it makes it more movement speed or something. I mean, that's probably fine. I don't see why that's not that big of a deal, because it's roughly the same price if you were to GMP it. Now, in theory, you could run one Uber Lab, and one Uber Lab would give you majority of quality, the max quality. Ooh, okay, we're not taking negative regen anymore. That's scary as actual hell. Alright, we're gonna take rewards and leave. Like the lab will take you like 5 or 10 minutes to do it, but you get two whatchamacallits? Like 2 uses at the end, and sometimes you can get lucky and get 20 quality, and other times you get like 10 plus quality. So if you run it once, you can pretty much max quality 1 gym for 1 Uber run, and the Uber runs are cheap. They just time consuming. That's why I was saying it's like you're saving money by running your own lab, but it's just time versus money. You can run multiple maps and make usually more currency than it costs you to buy it in a juiced map than it would be if you were to just save the money by running a lab. And if you have a bad lab layout, it might take you even longer. I can give you a tip on how to read your map or your lab layout to have an easier time finding the doors you're looking for. I could try to explain it to you in a way that would make sense. And it helps understand which direction from where you're at the door is going to be. I can explain that to you if you want. It's just hard to correlate because it until it clicks in your mind what I'm trying to explain, it's not going to make any sense. Do you want me to show you what I'm talking about, Z? Like this way, like in the future, whenever you go to run labs, it's easier for you to know, like, because like this trick only helps when there's more than one door to choose from. Because you know sometimes you're going and it's like, oh, there's 3 options. And you don't, which door do I need to go to? What, where's my door going to be located? It kind of helps with that. Got a fracturing orb, huge money. That fracturing orb pays for so many gems. Unless you're buying a fucking stupid 21 quality fucking RF. And then it's like an arm and a goddamn leg and your firstborn child and your wife and your wife's sister. Also add in the mom while you're at it. Like, what the fuck? I mean, that's fine. If you don't like running, you don't like running. I've run it so many times because I did leagues where all I did was lab run because it was just easy money, and I didn't like mapping back then. Jake? Stop scratching shit. About to get in trouble, cat.
Hello. Keep your life to your own.
A cellar fracturing orb.
All in order.
160C. Huge. Alright, let's go buy scarabs.
The Maryline. Well, make it happen. Well, make it happen. All in order. I'll let you know. Well, make it happen.
Oh, nice, making progress. That money's going up and up and up. That's how it should be. Oh, where's the ultimatum at? Found it. Oh, we're lagging so hard trying to get through it all, though.
Does it sting to have gotten so close? The wind conspires with the flames. Ruin arrives suddenly. Hate
Keep trying to give me these degens and stuff, man. Super bad. Trying to avoid 4 stars if I can. Bro, everything's a 4-star. Why? All right, time to drop some chaos. Let's go. Which had chaos duping, or currency duping. Currency duping would be huge for us. Okay. Oh. Some decent damage going on now, though. With the ignite spreads and stuff. I thought we just ran this one. Oh, okay. We still had one to kill. Like, what the fuck? I thought we ran that one. Oh.
Greetings. Keep your laugh to your own. Hello. Farewell.
Yeah, because this setup is like, it's not crazy XP, but it's decent XP. It's decent map density. The only thing I could change is I could probably take off. I could probably do more breach instead of ritual. I just feel like the ultimatum's actually pretty decent XP. Especially if you go to 13 rounds. If you can actually live through 13 rounds. But that's going to take us some time. I don't understand this one.
Relentless assault.
Battle with N?
You shall suffer your own bile.
Oh, is that a tincture? Yeah, worth nothing.
The bay. Mystics and souls.
Ugh. I think the ignite spreads are helping a little bit. I don't know about the rest of it.
Straight to your heart. An arrow falls. You must be a glutton for punishment. Death's cold grip is
I think the ice beams actually is very deadly. But maybe with the ice recouped his life, it'll make it a little easier. XP rates are pretty solid though. So that's pretty good. Our gyms are finally leveling up quite a bit. I bought a lot of like 21 or 20s. But some of the ones that I was manually leveling are finally reaching like level 19, level 20. That's 20, that just hit 20. Everything's pretty much taken care of. What is Bro, just dying because there's a random mob walking around not fighting me. And I'm just degenning. Like, why? Why is there just a random mob just randomly walking around not attacking me? It's so dumb. I think that's one of the reasons why I died in one of those ultimatums, because there was like one or two mobs that weren't attacking. They were just doing their own damn thing. So stupid when that happens. Alright, reroll. Got that. Not quality, so probably not worth it. Alright, close enough.
Greetings.
We're getting pretty good money. It's like a bunch of bubblegum stuff, but all adds up. We're gonna put stuff away for now. Oh my god, I'm struggling, man. Whoa, am I struggling? I slept good too, and I don't know why I'm so tired. I mean, it wasn't quite as long as I would like. Maybe that's the problem, but still. Yeah, I don't know. For as much as I'm enjoying playing this character and enjoying learning to figure it out, I just keep wanting to go and play my RF. That's the problem I have every single league I play, is I'm interested in trying out a new character, trying out a new build, learning it, figuring it out and everything. But while I'm sitting there trying to learn and figure it out, I'm sitting there the whole time thinking, I could just be playing RF. I already know what I'm doing. I don't need to learn anything. It's just... it's a comfy pick, right? It's a very simple, comfy pick. Don't need to worry about anything. I don't need to do anything. I just play. I'm gonna lose because I can't get in the circle because this stupid ass monkey just charged me across the damn screen. Can't move, can't move. Attacking too fast. About to charge me off the screen again. If he charges me too far away, I'm just cucked. Bro. Fucking Soul Eater, dude. So annoying. Why is that not completed yet? Jesus Christ, I've been walking around inside it for a good 5 seconds. Stop knocking me out of it. Almost dead. Holy shit. I don't have to deal with that anymore. I wonder if there's a way to counter Soul Eater. Anarchy scarabs. Div cards are doubled. I like the div card option. Alright, we're getting off after this map, guys. So if you have any questions, speak now, forever hold your peace. We will be back this weekend. More POE, just having fun, chilling, grinding. I might put this character in the background and play with him off stream only while I learn him and figure him out. Unless, you know, we're having conversations about it and, you know, asking for your help or something. We might just play the RF character because it's just chill, right? I don't have to put any effort into that character. He's super tanky, he's super strong. We could always invest money into him to life stack him, make him even stronger. So we might just play RF on stream and tinker with the block build off stream, at least until we figure it out. I want to try and figure him out so I can play him next league. That was kind of the intention for this league, is to figure him out, understand him, and learn him. So then next league we could play him. So I think he could be stronger than the RF character if I could figure him out. Because he's not hard to figure out. It's just I got to figure out how to like scale his damage, because the damage is probably one of the only problems he has. But the damage isn't necessary in ultimatums so much. About survivability more than anything. Being able to do all the mods. Blocking fixes a lot of the mod problems. But I don't know, I just gotta put a little like time and effort into tinkering with him and figure out how I'd want to play him and what he can and can't get away with. And then my fallback is always RF. And that's what I was saying before, is like I always want to try something new. It's like, oh, I want to try Death Oath again. I want to try this build. I want to try that build. I start playing it and I'm like, I could just be playing RF. It's easy. It's comfort. Don't have to put any effort into it. It works. I know exactly what I'm doing. And it can do everything I'm trying to do with ease. And I won't be dying every 2.5 seconds. And that's like the biggest frustrating part with most of these builds. I constantly keep dying. Keep getting one tapped, or I keep like degenning out of nowhere, or something's just hitting too hard or something. And it puts a big damper on my mental that I just don't want to even play anymore. It's like, why play this struggle bus of a build when I could just play a comfy pick that I know works? Yeah, because at the end of the day, I feel like this build could do a lot more damage if, say, it had like more support gems, or sorry, I'm losing my train of thought. Like, if there was more support gems attached to it, maybe the gems would do more damage. Or if it had more benefits towards offense, maybe it could do more damage. Like, I feel like if you were to focus a little bit more on the damage, I think this build could do quite a bit of damage, which means it could kill bosses. So you could do Trial Masters if you wanted to, but it's not, honestly, at the end of the day, it's not really necessary for ultimatum farming. But you could do other things, right? I mean, not so much that you could do Ubers, but maybe you could set it up to be able to do some bossing, or maybe you can do actual mapping with it. Or if you could get your damage up, maybe the ultimatums would be even faster, or maybe even stronger. Maybe you wouldn't pop as much. Maybe like not being able to block wouldn't be such a big deal, right? Some of these negative mods, and they stack just right, maybe they wouldn't be such a detriment, because you'd be able to just like insta give the mobs much faster. I don't know. I don't know if the damage is really necessary with this build. It's designed around ultimatum specifically. So I don't know if RF is actually necessary or needed. I feel like the downside of the degen is just an unnecessary additive, because the damage isn't really lacking for ultimatum. Like, maybe for mapping purposes, if you wanted to do like delis or something, it could make sense, but why would you be doing deli on this build? It just doesn't make any sense. I don't know. I'm just really torn. Once again, I can't find the mob that go with that. So the one downside I have with the Abyss is you run past it, you pull a mob too far away, it doesn't come back to the Abyss, so you don't know where it ran off to, so you can't even clear the Abyss. Fun though. Killed something that made it spawn. I mean, EXP wise, we're doing pretty good though, I think. Alright, like I said, guys, we're gonna get out of here. We ended up getting to 93 today. We got like 2 levels. We did die a whole lot. I'm getting pissed about the deaths. 65 times. I died a bunch while leveling. That level does this character, but I've died a lot today. I think I died like 15 times today. That kind of just really sad. Like I shouldn't be dying that much. Like I don't like it. It's expected to die every once in a while for sure, but that many times just seems excessive.
Greetings. Farewell.
Perhaps? I mean, probably? Fire trap, right? Increases trap trigger area of effect. So, yep. So it doesn't, they don't have to be as close to it to trigger it. So getting that to like double its radius would be worth it. Or more. Just so they don't have to be so close to trigger the trap. And also keep in mind, Z, that some of these skills that benefit from quality, you can also use your chromatics to try and get the color to match it to give it even more quality. So for example, I have flammability in here. It's a 20 flammability, but since it's socketed into a blue, it gets another 10% quality from being in the correct color socket. So now it's at 30 quality. But anyway, any of you that are still hanging out and still joining us that hasn't left yet, if you haven't joined Discord and want to join Discord, feel free. The only thing is, don't be a dick. If you ever need gaming questions, ever need help, want to share some of the shows, going off or help somebody else out, feel free to chime in at any time. If you ever need to reach me off stream, that's the best place to do it. And if you haven't checked out the VODs channel, I appreciate that as well. Just go over there, give it a little look. If you ever miss a stream, want to rewatch a stream or anything like that, that's the best place to do it. But I appreciate y'all. I hope you have a good next couple days. I'm going to be working, so if you need me, at me in the Discord. I work from home, so it's pretty easy for me to chat with you guys. But yeah, hopefully we'll see you guys this weekend. More POE, and I'll talk to you guys this weekend. See you. Bye. Thank you. Bye.